All right, guys, we're back for a moderately early live stream. So today we're going to be doing something a little different. I'm sure you guys have seen already my screen. Um, as you can see, I do have the card limit set to 600. We are not going to be doing 600 cards today. However, we keep running into this little problem where we're looking at the amount of completion that we have, and to me it just feels a little dishonest. It feels a little inaccurate because I have, as you can, if you could look above, I have 909 cards that are uncompleted, that need to be reviewed from when I did PanCal last year. So I was thinking, number one, PanCal is closed cards, are closed type cards. Number two, we have probably like 400 cards completed here. So if I was to sit down for a couple of hours and just like literally just grind out PanCal rather than doing 50 cards, which we have done in the past and has taken me like an hour, what if I just grinded out as many as I could? So while we are not going to be doing 600 cards today, we're going to be doing as much as I can before becoming mentally exhausted. This is going to be, hopefully I don't get tired early. I don't get sick and tired. I might start walking around the room. My camera might start showing me like a little dot on the screen, like my Bitmoji might be miles, might look like it's miles away. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna end up doing. I don't know how this stream is gonna go. Um, it might be honestly, maybe it'll be another 3 hour stream. Maybe it'll be, I don't know. But our goal is to finish as many cards as possible. If we can get through the entirety of 6 today, I honestly might take a break tomorrow, because 378 reviews, all I'm gonna say is they're not gonna be fun. We have 171 reviews to go through today. We're not gonna do the reviews on stream. I'm gonna do those after the stream. Um, like we're we're gonna chill on that. But we're literally just we're gonna run through these cards, and that'll honestly make our lives a lot easier, because it's like we don't have to look at this number and think like, okay, like we're going really slowly. But it'll also help to do this and just make up for like lost time. We have a lot of like there's been a couple days that I like, maybe I don't do it for that day, or like it's not that many days. Maybe like I have maybe like 4 days that I didn't do anything, like 4 holidays or something like that. So honestly, today we'll be making up for that, and hopefully a little bit more, to be honest. Maybe it'll make it up flat. I don't know. But I'm just gonna pray for the best. Honestly, this today wasn't a day that I really even wanted to do it, but we gonna push through to the max. We gonna push through to the max, because that that's the that's the goal here. I don't wanna be going slow the whole time, bro. Like I just like I'm sure, like I mentioned it a couple times, like you have to do like a little bit of what you like to do every day, so you build up that anticipation to continue doing it. Today, we're gonna exhaust that anticipation. Any anticipation that we previously had, we're probably gonna exhaust it today. And I'm honestly gonna get sick and tired of it, probably at some point in this. But before we start, let me turn these reviews to 0, because we are not going to be doing reviews. Like I said, we're not doing reviews today. We are only doing new cards. So, all right, hold up. It seems that I forgot my controller. All right. Okay. So, my controller might die. I don't know. Um, let me turn the AC on too, because to be honest, I feel like I'll be getting hot. sometimes. I might end up turning it off later too, but we just want to have something. I want to drink some water right now before we even start. All right. Well, let's get it, guys. Wow. 6. Why does it say? Why does it say? Oh, this is the rest of 6. Literally, the remainder of 6 is the 378. Okay. Pankow has 1,800. If we were to do the other, uh, if we were to do the rest of them today, we would be at 398 plus 378 divided. We need to give ourselves a little numerical motivation. You know what I'm saying? 398 plus 1852. We would be at. We would be at 34% completion. We would almost double the amount completion that we have for Pancal right now. If we can get this done today. And then overall, in the overall, we would go from 895. We have 895 plus 4669. We would go up to 22%. We would go up by 6% completion in this one day. Okay. Give the value of the gas constant R. Um, this is what? Oh, hold up. I'm in the wrong place. Uh, I was like, I don't think that's supposed to be there. Um, okay. Here we go. Okay. All right. We're already getting right into the nitty gritty. Uh, increase heart rate, increase BP, acetylcholine receptor agonist, disrupt sleep and suppress appetite, cocaine. Fuck, nicotine. Okay. Nicotine is a CNS stimulant. That's easy pickings. Nicotine acts in the it binds to the nicotinic receptor. Okay. Also the acetylcholine receptor, but it's also known as the nicotinic receptor. Cocaine causes the brain to release dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. Okay. Cocaine users typically experience uh is this like it's that word that means super happiness. Like not excitability. Um hold up. I added some stuff up. Okay. Uh what is that word? I'm forgetting it, bro. A crash. Oh, never mind. Uh, I didn't. I didn't know it was that long after use. Release dopamine, block dopamine reuptake, and cause feelings of euphoria. Cocaine. Damn. Again, I just keep guessing cocaine. Um. Nicotine. Increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, acetylcholine receptor agonist. Okay. Nicotine acts as an acetylcholine receptor agonist. Cocaine causes the brain to release dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. MDMA, aka Molly, aka I don't know, ecstasy. Okay. MDMA is associated with I don't know. Oh damn. These are gonna get me. I think we have a couple of these left. These are gonna get me. increase dopamine, serotonin, and euphoria. Dopamine, serotonin, and euphoria. That's the word that I was looking for earlier, euphoria. High blood pressure and body temperature, hallucinations, damaging serotonin releasing neurons. So, increased dopamine, serotonin, and euphoria. Increased blood pressure and body temperature. Um, hallucinations and damaging serotonin releasing neurons. Cocaine users typically experience a crash. Um, release dopamine, block dopamine reuptake, cause feelings of euphoria. Um, we're gonna reset this. Release dopamine, block dopamine reuptake, and cause feelings of euphoria. This is gonna be amphetamines or methamphetamines. MDMA, aka ecstasy, aka Molly. It can damage serotonin releasing neurons. Okay, we're gonna suspend this card because it's already on the other card. We don't need that. LSD is obviously gonna cause hallucinations, but what else? Hallucinations and interfere with serotonin. So MDMA and LSD both interfere with serotonin. Okay. MDMA is associated with obviously okay, so damage to serotonin releasing neurons. Um, it's gonna increase. It's gonna cause hallucinations. I think. Um, it's going to increase dopamine, serotonin, and euphoria, and increase blood pressure and temperature. Wow, surprising. THC, uh, cannabis. Nah, it's probably THC. It's THC. Marijuana. Marijuana effects. You see, if that timer is accurate at all, it's a good day. To be honest, we finished by 12. That's like that's great. That's great. 4 hours. That's good, bro. Impair motor functions, heighten sensations, disrupt memory, and reduce pain. Impair motor function, heighten sensation, disrupt memory, and reduce pain. Can be used to help in PTSD treatment. Um, I don't know. Hallucinogens, to visualize and come to terms with painful memories. LSD, it can cause hallucinations and uh, it's gonna damage serotonin releasing neurons. It's just gonna interfere with serotonin. Okay. Homeostasis. We don't even need this card. Suspend. Um, the brain maintains homeostasis when taking drugs by. Is it gonna just say like speak about the crash, attempting to counteract their effects? Is when it's this is a crash. Can occur when you take your normal level of drugs under new conditions. Overdose. Marijuana affects. It's gonna impair motor functions. It's gonna impair motor functions. Uh, what's it called? Impair motor functions. I don't know. Heightened sensations, disrupt memory, reduce pain. Uh, this is gonna be hallucinogens. Visualize and come to terms with painful memories. Okay. LSD, it can cause hallucinations and interfere with serotonin. This is gonna be intravenously, intramuscularly, and transdermally. Oh damn. Oral, oral injection and inhalation. Okay, all right. Uh, oral injection and inhalation. But watch. I remember these. I remember the specific cards that are gonna follow, and it's gonna start talking about transdermally and intramuscularly. Hold up, hold up, bro. Oral injection and inhalation. Okay. Mason, by trying to counteract its effects. Nicotine. Ingestion. Eating, like oral drug entry. Um, I feel like I'm literally suspending this card, bro. To be honest with you, cocaine causes the brain to release. Uh, it's just not worth it. Like, why am I gonna continuously study oral drug entry, bro? Yeah, I'm not gonna like that's one more card that's gonna pop up on my reviews and make me not want to do it. Cocaine causes the brain to release. Cocaine causes the brain to release dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. Like, like they be sniffing the cocaine and be like, "Woo!" You know what I'm saying? So if that's that norepinephrine. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm gonna say that's what happens because it's gonna make me remember it better. I don't care if that's what actually happens or not. That's just gonna be my theory. Um, Marijuana effects are gonna be impaired motor function is gonna hold up. Impaired motor function, uh, heightened sensations, disrupt memory. Uh, something about is it something about appetite? Reduce pain. Damn, I could have gotten that. Nicotine acts in the nervous system as an acetylcholine receptor agonist. Oral injection and inhalation. Typically experience a crash. Slowest method of drug entry is orally. Uh, Inhalation, intravenous entry. Um, if we had, bro, what? Yes, injection, bro. I guess oral. It would. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah. I just didn't know. I didn't know what term they were trying to get me to say. I'll click again, but release dopamine, block dopamine reuptake, and cause this is amphetamines or methamphetamines. When a drug is absorbed, this is transdermally. Yes. Delivered you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Intramuscularly, bro. Is this also intramuscular? Intravenous. Damn. Faster, more addictive potential. Um, Marijuana effects. It's gonna impair motor function. Impair motor function. Uh, heightened sensation. Heightened sensation. Um, and I don't know. Something happened slower. What was it? Reduces pain, disrupt memory, and reduces pain. MDMA is associated with uh, MDMA is associated with MDMA is associated with uh damn, I totally forgot. I forgot all these. Um MDMA is associated with damn. Um MDMA is associated with, damn, I know I can get it. That's why I don't want to skip it. MDMA is associated with hallucinations, increased body temperature, and blood pressure, damage to serotonin releasing neurons, and uh, increased release of dopamine, serotonin, and euphoria. Boom, 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 boom. I did get it. I have to give myself a hard because that took forever. This is injection. THC. The fastest route is intravenous. Faster route means more addictive potential. Marijuana is going to impair motor function, um, disrupt memory, uh, or what is that last one? Reduces pain, heighten sensation, and reduce pain. Oh my God, bro. LSD is going to cause hallucinations and interfere with serotonin. This is going to be hallucinogens. It can help you like visualize and come to terms with your like painful memories. Um, by trying to counteract the effects of that drug. MDMA, aka ecstasy, aka Molly, associated dopamine is producing the dopamine. In the reward pathway, dopamine acts on the uh, damn. I think the low key. I think the amygdala is one of them. Uh, it acts on the I think amygdala and maybe on the hippocampus too. I don't know. Damn. Okay, I at least got two of them. I knew one of them was a nucleus. I just forgot which one. Okay, so fans. Okay, you can't say we're all fans of dopamine and then order it wrong. I remember making this edit. Okay, there we go. Um, all right. Marijuana is gonna Uh, impair motor function. What's it called? Impair motor function. Uh, impair motor function. Disrupt memory. Reduce pain and heighten sensation. Oral injection and inhalation. Overdose. It acts on the prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, amygdala, and nucleus accumbens. The mesolimbic pathway includes the, uh, I would probably say hippocampus, nucleus accumbens, and amygdala. Yeah, it's not going to be the prefrontal cortex this time. is when your brain preemptively prepares for a drug that isn't administered. Uh, it's a crash. Increase HR, increase BP, nicotine. The amygdala controls. Is this just going to be fear? Like, I don't know. I don't know what it. Emotion. Okay. The hippocampus controls memory. In the reward pathway, the nucleus accumbens controls. Okay, I'll put good. Nucleus accumbens controls. I don't know. Motor function. Okay. Prefrontal cortex, logic, attention. Okay. In the reward pathway, when dopamine increases, I feel like they probably do they increase side by side? Maybe decreases. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I was kind of thinking like, what if like when you become it's like it sounds like the logic for greed itself. Serotonin is kind of in charge of you being a good and thinking like, okay, this is enough. Like serotonin if serotonin is decreasing as dopamine increases, then it's kind of like, okay, well, like I want to be more happy still. So serotonin decreasing makes sense. Okay. MDMA is associated with hallucinations. You're gonna have increased dopamine, serotonin, and euphoria. You're gonna have increased BP and temperature, and you're gonna have damage to serotonin releasing neurons. The amygdala controls emotion. The hippocampus controls motor function. It controls attention. Cocaine causes the brain to release dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. Serotonin is associated with feeling of satiety. Yeah. Yeah, that's literally what I was saying. Nicotine acts in the nervous system as an acetylcholine receptor agonist. Okay, I didn't mean to click that twice. Addiction can be explained by both watch it say like genetic and environmental. Yo, yeah, you see. Yeah, like pretty much. Um is when you get used to a tolerance. This is a suspend type of card. Is when you're tolerant to a novel drug because of a similar CNS pathway to a drug you're already tolerant for. Um, Cross tolerance. Yeah. Okay. Easy, bro. If I can still get it, then I'm just gonna click easy on it because what can be used to help in PTSD treatment, hallucinogens. If you go through a period of not having a drug, you experience withdrawal. Um, Signs of drug addiction. Okay, this card is annoying. Tolerance. Signs of drug addiction include tolerance and needing the drug to feel normal. Typically experience a crash. Amphetamines or methamphetamines. Uh, what? A high? Oh, intoxication. Two stages to withdrawal are uh, acute and post-acute. Okay. Slowest method are the oral. Um, Acute. This is definitely post-acute. Usually lasts. I don't know. It could last. It could last up to like years, can it? 2 years. Okay. Is when a drug is delivered through a needle in the intramuscular. conditions that are caused by substances, substance misuse disorder, substance induced disorders. Okay. Signs of drug addiction include tolerance and needing the drug to feel normal. One, it's absorbed through the skin. There's another card that's similar to that one because I know that it looks like I got through that fairly easily. There's another card that looks very similar to that one that you guys will see. Um, Method of drug entry when it's absorbed through the skin. Uh, this is gonna be transdermal. Marijuana effects. Um, it's gonna impair motor function, uh, increase sensation or heighten sensation, reduce pain, and disrupt memory. In the reward pathway, dopamine acts on the uh, dopamine acts on the reward pathway. It acts on the prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, amygdala, and nucleus accumbens. Intoxication, acute and post-acute. Mesolimbic pathway includes the um, mesolimbic pathway includes the um, mesolimbic pathway includes it includes the hippocampus, amygdala, and nucleus accumbens. Post-acute withdrawal usually lasts like 2 years. Oral injection and inhalation. Substance-induced disorders, THC. Faster route, the more addictive potential it has. By trying to counteract its effects. Um, Substance misuse disorder or substance use disorders. Okay. Okay. This list, I don't like it. I used to get it wrong a lot. Um, Using increasingly large amounts, stronger cravings, failing life obligations, and withdrawal. USFW, or I guess LSFW. Using increasingly large amounts, uh, stronger cravings. I think I should say LCFW. LCFW. Okay, using increasingly large amounts, stronger cravings, uh, failing life obligations, and withdrawal. Okay. The fastest route of a drug entry is um, intravenously. LSD, I clicked hard because I wasn't like 100% sure. LSD effects are LSD effects. Dun, 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 dun. LSD effects are they cause hallucinations and interfere with serotonin. Injection occur when a drug causes serious impairment. A substance use disorder. Dopamine increases, decreases. Dopamine. Uh, Caffeine. Okay, so increasingly larger cravings. No, increasingly large using increasingly larger amounts. Um, Stronger cravings. Failing life obligations and withdrawal. Um, is this methadone again? Yep. Um, This is like inpatient versus outpatient. Uh, I think it's probably inpatient. Yeah. Outpatient psychological treatment. Um, is this like CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy? Um, okay, cognitive and behavioral components to addiction. Well, I guess that makes sense. Benefits: more positive thoughts, coping mechanisms, and long-lasting results. Um, more positive thoughts, coping mechanisms, and long-lasting results. When your brain a crash, um, post-acute, working with patients to find intrinsic motivation to change. Um, I don't remember what this one is. Motivational interviewing. Um, this is acute. I think one of them for sure is acknowledging, like, I think it's acknowledging you have, like you that there's, like you have a problem. I think something like that. Uh, acknowledging that you have company, like there's other people who are dealing with the same thing. And I don't know another one. Acceptance, surrender, and active involvement. Acceptance that it's a problem you can't control on your own. That's kind of what I was saying. Surrender, accept help offered through that power in group. Active involvement, involve yourselves in meetings and activities to help yourself and other addicts. It's going to impair motor function, heighten sensation, reduce pain, and disrupt memory. CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive and behavioral components to addiction, more positive thoughts, more coping mechanisms, and what's the last one? Long lasting results. Okay. Signs include tolerance and needing the drug to feel normal. Uh, working with patients to find something interviewing, motivational interviewing. Post acute withdrawal usually lasts like 2 years. It controls motor function. Uh, a relapse. Relapse is more likely to occur when more likely to occur when mm, the substance is more addictive and when they encounter things that they associate with the drug. Okay. Memory. Group meetings can be organized into three main steps. So it's acceptance, accept that like you have a problem that you can't control on your own. Surrender, so surrender yourself to a higher power and acknowledge that the group and that power are like there to help you or something like that. And then active involvement, just basically be involved in the meetings. Accept helps are offered through that power. Okay. Um, so the benefits, cognitive and behavioral, obviously, like uh, benefits of CBT are you're gonna have more. It's long lasting, more coping mechanisms, and more positive thoughts. Working with patients, motivational interviewing. Addiction can be explained by both genetic and environmental factors. Um, when the drug is more addictive and when you surround yourself with things that you associate with the drug. And the amygdala controls emotion. MDMA is associated with hallucinations, increased dopamine, serotonin, and euphoria, increased BP and temperature, and damage to serotonin inducing neurons. It controls not logic, attention. Group meetings can be organized, can be categorized into acceptance, accept that this is a problem you can't control on your own. Surrender yourself to a higher power and accept the help offered by that power and the group. And active involvement, involve yourself in the group and the meetings for, involve yourself in the group and the meetings to help yourself and others. Um, Hallucinogens, uh, cross tolerance, signs of a substance use disorder. So, using increasingly larger amounts, strong cravings, uh, failing life obligations, and withdrawal. Um, Substance use disorder. Dopamine acts on the prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, amygdala, nucleus accumbens. Here's when an individual must perform two tasks which require attention simultaneously. Oh man, that's the section we're going into now. Okay. Occurs when an individual must perform two tasks which require attention simultaneously. Um, is this just multitasking, bro? Oh, divided attention. Um, Mesolimbic pathway includes the hippocampus, amygdala, and nucleus accumbens. Focusing of attention on an object by two separate individual, joint attention. Focus sustainably on a single task. Um, Directed attention is when you focus as concentrate on something at the exclusion of other stimuli. Uh, it's just attention in general, bro. Is the ability to maintain attention while being presented with interfering stimuli. Maintain attention while being presented. Um, I don't know. Selective attention is when a drug enters the body in an intoxication. The two types of cues that direct our attention are endogenous and exogenous cues. Are cues that we don't have to tell ourselves to look for. Exogenous cues. The two stages to withdrawal are um, two stages to withdrawal are um, acute and post-acute. When an individual, I'm actually gonna give myself a heart on that one. I really wanted to not do that, but uh, divided attention, psychological treatment, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, conditions caused by substances, substance-induced disorders. Um, Exogenous are bottom up, and endogenous are top down. Require internal knowledge to understand the cue. Endogenous is the ability to maintain attention while being selective attention. Is an example of an endogenous cue is the ability to hear your name being called through like a loud setting where other interfering stimuli are being provided. I'm gonna suspend this card because I feel like I know it. The fastest route of drug entry is uh, intravenous. Three routes are oral, inhalation, and injection. We're aware of things in our visual field when our I'm not sure. Inattentional blindness. Okay. Um, Change blindness. Objects and events out in the world around you. distal stimuli, patterns of stimuli from objects and events that reach your senses, proximal stimuli, increases, decreases, active bringing the spotlight on attention of the spotlight of attention on an object without. Oh damn! This is the one where like I'm gonna remember this one once I see it. Covert orienting. It's covert and overt. So once overt pops up, I'll get it right away. Is the only drug we can't caffeine. Allow outpatient. Methadone. Act of bringing the spotlight of attention on an object or event by moving spotlight. By moving. This is over orienting. Um, Occurs when attention is directed by the motion of an object. Attentional capture. Think involves working with patients to find intrinsic motivation to change. Working with patients to find intrinsic motivation to change. Um, Working with patients to find intrinsic motivation to change. Oh, this is motivational interviewing. Is when we aren't aware of things in our visual field when our attention is directed elsewhere. Inattentional blindness. Failing to notice this is change blindness. Are objects out in the world around you distal stimuli? Cognitive and behavioral components to addiction. It's long lasting, more positive thoughts and more coping mechanisms. Patterns of stimuli from objects that reach your senses, proximal stimuli. So first is acceptance, accepting that this is a problem that can't be solved like alone. Then surrender, surrendering to a higher power and accepting the help offered by that power and the people in the group around you. And the third is active involvement, where you are actively participating in the group to help yourself and others. This is covert orienting, lasts a few weeks and has many post-acute. No, no, no. This is acute. Acute. I'm not gonna skip it just because I got it wrong. Signs of a substance use disorder. Um, Signs of a substance use disorder. Um, Signs of a substance use disorder. Uh, so, uh, Using increasingly large amounts, stronger cravings, failing life obligations, and withdrawal. Occurs when attention is attracted by attentional capture, inpatient, post-acute, relapse, damage to brain causes, hemispatial neglect. Oh, am I bugging? Is that not? Is that not what it's called? Neglect syndrome. I'm gonna look it up. Neglect syndrome versus hemispatial neglect. So I use they're the same thing. They're the same thing, but I just use a different term. Okay. Uh, I'm gonna give myself that. I'm honestly, I might even suspend the card, bro. I'm gonna give myself an easy. Signs of drug addiction include tolerance and needing the drug to feel normal. Post-acute typically lasts 2 years. Marijuana can impair motor function, Heightened sensation, reduced pain, and disrupt memory. Divided attention, main cholinergic output of the central nervous system. Oh, I don't know. The basal forebrain. Okay. Is attention involved in goal-directed behavior? I don't remember. Executive attention. Attention involved in goal-directed behavior, monitoring internal conflicts, and anticipating the effects of behavior. That list is going to get me later. As an experiment where people are told to repeat everything said in one ear and ignore the other. This is like something like shadowing, the shadowing task. Yes. um, Propose that stimuli that go into a sensory register to selective filter to perceptually process to conscious. Um, Broadbent's early selection theory. In the reward pathway, the prefrontal cortex controls attention. Relapse is more likely to occur when the addiction is when the substance is more addictive and when you're re-exposed to stimuli that you associate with the drug. Um, I don't know. The basal forebrain, executive attention. Um, this is the Treisman attenuation model. Treisman attenuation theory. Okay. We take from info from the five senses, but don't pay attention to everything. Spotlight model of attention. Um, Substance use disorder. Uh, Broadbent's early selection theory. Exposure to one stimulus affects our response to a future stimulus. Priming. Okay. When you focus and concentrate on something at the exclusion, directed attention, then. Are objects and events out in the world around you distal stimuli? Inattentional blindness. Dutch and Dutch late selection theory. Um, it's like the limited resource model of attention or something like that. The resource model of attention. Okay. Um, Task similarity, task difficulty, and practice. Is the focus of attention on an object by two separate individuals? Um, Focusing of attention on an object by two separate individuals. Joint attention. Is failing to notice a change in the environment change blindness? States that stimuli enter the Treisman attenuation theory. Let's look at the definition because um, replaces the selective filter and allows the attended message to be processed to a greater extent than the unattended messaging. Cognitive behavioral therapy addresses cognitive and behavioral components to addiction. It's going to be more positive thoughts, more coping mechanisms, and it's more long lasting. The spotlight model of attention, where exposure to one stimulus affects our response to a future stimulus. Uh, Exposure to one stimulus affects our response to a future stimulus. Um, Exposure to one stimulus affects our response to a future stimulus. Exposure to one stimulus affects the response to a future stimulus. Um, affects our response to a future stimulus. Priming is when you focus or concentrate at the exclusion of other stimuli in the environment. Attention. The two types of cues, the exogenous and endogenous, is focused sustainably on a single task. Um, Directed attention. Uh, Resource model of attention. Task similarity, task difficulty, and practice. Sometimes I'll be doing the reviews and I'll watch something else while I'm doing the reviews. Like it just kind of helps you to know what it is that you're I don't even know what I'm saying. Like sometimes it helps you not to even realize that you're really even doing or finishing your reviews to just do something else while you're doing that. And it's just like sometimes the cards are like actually so difficult that I just genuinely need to pause it because I just haven't seen the cards enough, or like it takes too much brain power for me to figure it out. So I need to like pause whatever I'm watching. Post acute and acute. Ability to maintain attention while being presented with interfering uh, s- selective attention. Exogenous are bottom up and endogenous are top down. Triceman attenuation theory is psychological treatment for drug addiction. Um, the thing is, right, we're doing a lot of these cards, and a lot of these cards, what's gonna happen later on is it's gonna give me all of the same cards that we've gone through. Like once we get like halfway through, maybe around like 170 ish, maybe like 150. It's literally just gonna flip the cards. It's gonna be all the same cards, and they're all just gonna come back again like two or three times. They're like one to two more times just to give me the other more difficult card. So is psychological treatment for drug addiction. So don't think that even though I'm moving pretty fast, maybe I'm moving fast right now. I'm I might be moving slower like on the second half of this. Psychological treatment for drug addiction, CBT, require internal endogenous cue, active bringing the spotlight of attention on an object or event by moving the body over orienting. Um, Motivational interviewing, basal forebrain, shadowing task, executive attention, um, Broadbent's early selection theory, acute withdrawal, covert orienting, acceptance, where you accept that this is a problem that can't be helped by you alone. Surrendering to a higher power, and accepting the help from the group and the power, and and active involvement, where you just participate in the group to help yourself and others. Um, Dutch and Dutch slate selection theory are patterns of stimuli. This is proximal stimuli, less efficient. Yeah, my grandma could have told you that, bro. Is this like? There's no way that you guys can't hear the music at all after all of this time, and you guys haven't been able to hear it. and it's like blasting in my ear. That's like impossible, bro. It's literally been blasting in my ear, and I didn't even change anything. I don't. I wonder when it cut out. That's so strange. I'm gonna lower my volume a little bit. I feel like it might be a little high. Um, Information processing model states that we okay. I don't remember this. Get inputs from the environment, process the inputs, and output decisions. That's like the same thing as the hearing thing, bro. Signs of a substance use disorder. Increasingly larger, using increasingly larger amounts, stronger cravings, failing life obligations, and withdrawal. It's driven by, uh, I don't know, maybe bottom up. Okay. Occurs when attention is attracted by the motion of an object or stimulus. Um, when attention is attracted by the motion, attentional capture, temporary register of all information your senses are taking in, sensory register. Okay. Um, this is echoic and iconic memory, where exposure to one stimulus affects our responsive priming. Um, Iconic is just like of the eye. Echoic is of the ear. Echoic lasts a couple seconds. Iconic memory, it lasts like a fraction of a second, half a second. Okay. Um, if it states that we receive inputs from the environment, process those inputs, and then output decisions. Wow. When an individual must perform two tasks which require divided attention, it is driven by bottom up, aka short term memory, includes sensory information you actually process and consists of what you're thinking about in the moment. Sensory information you actually process and consists of what you're thinking about in the moment. Um, when you focus at the exclusion of other stimuli in the environment, um, when we hit elapsed an hour, we'll take a small break. When you focus let's concentrate on something at the exclusion of other stimuli in the environment, focus let's concentrate on something. Selective attention. Damn, bro, I hate this card. Like actually, like I hate this card. Temporary register of sensory register. Three things: task difficulty, task similarity, and practice. Iconic memory is what you see. Echoic memory is what you hear. Echoic memory lasts a few seconds. Iconic memory lasts like half a second. Working memory includes, damn, uh, the information that like your senses take in. Oh, sensory information you actually process and consists of what you're thinking about in the moment. When they aren't aware, inattentional blindness. Um, this is the primacy effect. Oh, serial position effect. I should have finished the rest of the card. Is failing to notice a change in the environment as a result of selective attention. Change blindness. Visual is where I'm assuming visual and spatial. Wow, what a shock! Is when you focus that's concentrating on something at the exclusion of other stimuli in the environment. Um, Focus slash concentrate on something at the exclusion of other stimuli in the environment. Uh, after today though, like this is kind of me exiting from psych soc for a little while, because I know that, like, okay, hold up. Let me show you guys what the percentages are. Pancal. Oh no. Psych soc MCAT section percentages. Okay. So, um okay. We're gonna So right now we're doing Panko, obviously. We're finishing this up right now. Um, so before, when I was doing Panko, you guys can basically judge it by the green. So we're finishing up 6, and 8C is another section that we could also finish, or we could do probably a good portion of. I don't know if we're gonna do that today, but we'll get to that eventually. Um, so if we just look at we're doing 8, right? We could do 6 and we could do 8. Or did I only do 8C? Yeah, I only did 8C for whatever reason, right? So if I go and I put my screen on Google Chrome, I know that I'm kind of like I'm shifting away from it. I just want y'all to see this. So foundational concept 6 in psych soc is like it's 25%, and foundational concept 8 is 20%. So if we come over here, let's see if we can let's see if it tells us like roughly. um I wish there was more on. Okay, so I'm not sure. So if we have like 11 to 12, it probably is going to be like, if we're just dividing it evenly, then it'll probably be, I don't know, what is that, like 7? Uh, yeah, like something close to 7, a little less than 7, like 6%. So if we were to do everything that I've already covered, we're just gonna increase our total percentage, maybe like 46% of the deck completed. Or technically it is 40. It is 40, but 46% of psych soc content would be completed once I'm literally just all I'm doing is lining up with my previous knowledge. So yeah. All right, let's continue for the rest of our. Okay, we're gonna make this 1 hour and 5 minutes because we were at 53 before. When you concentrate on something at the exclusion of other stimuli in the environment, um, attention, cognitive and behavioral components. It's long lasting. more positive thoughts and more coping mechanisms. Distal stimuli includes working memory includes the sensory information that you actually process and consists of what you're thinking of right now. We're better remembering the serial position effect. Uh, the spotlight model of attention. The resource model of attention states that we receive inputs from the environment, you process those inputs, and then you output decisions. Uh, Dutch and Dutch, no. This is Broadbent's early selection theory. That was close. Basal forebrain, sensory register, Treisman attenuation theory, shadow task. What you see, it lasts half a second. Quick memory is what you hear, it lasts a couple seconds. Attention, executive attention, states that stimuli enters the Dutch and Dutch late selection theory. States that we take info from five senses, but don't pay attention to everything. I don't know, bro. Spotlight model of attention is where sound is processed, including what? Verbal information, including any words or numbers. Okay. It's probably going to be used to organize or direct the information to the visual spatial sketch pad, the phonological loop, and the last one I think has something to do with grammar or something. No, oh no, episodic buffer. Okay. I was thinking of Phoenix, the Phoenix book. Only like an older audience would probably know about the Phoenix book. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't heard about that in ages. Sensory register includes echoic and iconic. Acts as a connector for information to be stored in long-term memory, episodic buffer. States it's easier to remember words associated with images. I don't know. Dual coding hypothesis is imagining moving through an imaginary place with visual representations of topics. The method of loci, that we take info from five senses but don't pay attention to everything. The five senses but don't pay attention to everything. Spotlight model of attention is where verbal information is processed, including words and numbers. Okay, all right, bro. This is kind of crazy. Oh, this is gonna be declared. It's gonna be implicit or non-declarative, and explicit or declarative. Nice. Priming is used to organize information that's sent to the visual spatial sketchpad and the phonological loop. Coordinate the, okay. Dual coding hypothesis. Bottom up. Explicit or declarative memories. Working memory, aka short-term memory. semantic memory, episodic memory. Explicit memory includes both um, semantic and episodic. Three things: task similarity, task difficulty, and practice is when previous experiences aid the performance of a task without conscious awareness. Previous experiences aid the performance of a task. Um, damn. Includes um, I think priming is one of them, but priming, procedural memory, and habits is used to coordinate the phonological loop and visual spatial sketchpad. Visual spatial sketchpad is where visual and spatial. Implicit memory is unconscious. Long-term memory for actions or habits. Procedural memory as when exposure to one stimulus influences. This one is too similar to priming, bro. Influences the response to another stimulus. Oh, it literally is priming again, bro. Is when prior exposure unfavorably influences the response to the same stimulus. Um, Negative priming. That's what I was thinking, but I was like, it's probably like positive priming then. Blank memory is when previous aid the performance of a task without conscious awareness. Implicit. Implicit memory includes procedural, priming, and habits. Memory system consisting of episodes. It is not episodic memory. Autobiographical memory. Damn. Working memory includes sensory information that you actually like process and consists of what's it called? So it includes the things that you actually attend to, and it consists of what you're thinking of in the moment. Okay. Negative priming, transferring information from the working memory and coding is when previous experiences aid the performance of a task. Implicit memory is enhanced memory when recalling information takes place on the same encoding specificity. Is memory system consisting of episodes recollected autobiographical memory. Saying the same thing. Rote memorization, rote rehearsal. Okay. Least effective thing is rote rehearsal. Acts as a connector for information to be stored in long-term memory. Um, Acts as a connector for information to be stored in long-term memory. Um, uh, the episodic buffer. It includes the sensory information that you actually process and consists of
sensory information you're actually processing consists of what you're thinking of right now. Rote rehearsal. It includes explicit and implicit, or declarative and declarative. Chunking. I don't remember. Peg word system. You peg them together. States that we take info from 5 senses but don't pay the spotlight model of attention. Memories are facts/events you can clearly describe. Explicit memories. Phonological loop is where verbal information is processed, including any words or numbers. Attention. Each letter of a word. I don't know. Yeah, that's like I thought of an acronym, but I was like, I don't remember. I don't remember that being an answer. Tying new information to yourself to remember better. Self-referencing. Spreading out study sessions instead of cramming to encode information better. Ironic. My fault. Spreading out study sessions instead of cramming. Spacing. Okay. I am still spacing. It's just one day, right? I think. States it's easier to remember words associated with dual coding hypothesis. States that we receive inputs from the environment, process the information, and output decisions. Serial positioning effect. Bro, what is that? Why do I like feel something? Long-term memory for actions or habits. Long-term memory for actions or habits. Long-term memory for actions or habits. Procedural memory. Peg word system is used to coordinate the visual spatial sketchpad and phonological loop. Broadbent's early selection theory. Self-referencing is what you see, it lasts half a second. What you hear, it lasts a few seconds. Acronym. Spacing. It includes priming, procedure memory, and habits. Positive priming. Sensory register. Damn, what is this? Pulling something out of long-term memory and bringing it into conscious memory. What is this? Retrieval. Damn. I was like, it's not reconsolidation. Three most important retrieval cues are priming, context, and state dependency. The retrieval cue of priming is, I don't know, prior activation of node/association without our awareness. You have to be in the same state, like whether that's emotional or like drugged, like in the same mood, you encoded the information. Involves no cues, free recall, cued recall, type of recall involved in remembering something you just saw. Recognition causes inaccurate recollection of an event. Does it have to do with like a story? False information. Right. Displaying something retrieval. Phrasing things in such a way it leads your recall. misleading information. Includes iconic and echoic. The three most important retrieval cues are. I know I said I was gonna stop like 10 minutes ago, but I just like it's just these cards. It's like okay, all right. We'll take a break. We'll take a break. We'll stop. We'll stop ourselves. I feel like we're doing really good though. 244. We're down 130 in an hour 25. Honestly, like I don't know. That's like pretty good rate to be honest with you. This is what this is really productive because we've been doing. I really hope that I move back to the Anki. Oh my god, you guys have not been watching me do the. Yo, I suck. There's actually no way. I never moved it back to the Anki. You guys haven't been watching me do that since I literally, bruh. There's no way. You guys haven't seen any of what I just did. That's insane. Well, um, I guess I'll tell you guys where we're up to. Uh, we have 244 cards left, 34 cards in reviews. Um, they're not reviews, but like the whatever the red category is, learning. Um, we can do. Let's do the mini. Uh, body part exposed in a sandal, toe. Seven across is end state of mind. No, Goldman Sachs. Many a kid's gift. I don't know. It's a 15% or 20% button. Uh, uh, vitamin brand. What? Vote into law. Word shouted into a. I don't know. Table bookings website. With seven across, Zen state of mind. Many a kid's gift. Bro, I have no clue. What? Vote into law. Okay, can I check? Can I check my puzzle? Okay, everything is right. Vote into law. Table. I genuinely don't think I know anything else. So we're gonna have to reveal some. Vote into law. We can reveal this square. Enact. Okay. I don't think that really. That was probably the least useful hint I probably could have done because that genuinely doesn't help me with anything. These two I literally can't get. It might help me with this one. Many a kid's gift. Uh, um. Okay, we're gonna need another hint, bro. It's the 15 or 20% button. What button, bro? 15% or 20%? Bro, give me a square. Uh, uh, bruh, tips. Zen state of mind. Like I just want word shouted into a canyon. Uh, I can't believe this, bro. What? Many a kid's gift. Table booking site. Resi? Bruh. Oh my gosh. Okay, alright. Let's see what else we can do. We can do the Wordle. Uh, I rate. We'll play hard mode. That's how we'll do it. I rate. No A, no E. Is this a word? No, I can't use that. Uh, X, I. We're missing O and U. Um, um, ooh, maybe. Damn. Uh, okay. I just wanted to see where they were. Slide, slide, SX. It could be SI. Sin. Um, I don't know, man. What is this? Slimy? What is this, bro? What? Yo, am I bugging? I'm gonna be so tight. I can tell. I'm already tight. What is this, bro? Uh, what is this? Uh, I'm about to do this, bro. Just to figure out where they are. Where are these letters? Yo, this is not helpful. To be honest, that guess wasn't even helpful. I'm gonna be honest with you. That didn't help me at all. Um, I think a mosquito bit me on my foot, bro. Um, bro, I feel like once I get to the fifth guess, I always just wanna stop doing this stupid hard mode shit. Bro, I'm gonna stop doing the hard mode shit. Bro, that's what I was thinking. But like, what even goes after this, bro? The N has to go somewhere. What other letter could go there, bro? Slink. Slink? Are you, bro? Yo. Oh my god. I suck. I suck. Okay. All right. Hold up, guys. We're gonna play Worldo next, but I'm not gonna. We are not gonna be doing the. Oh, is this? Okay. That is. That's weird as hell. Stop seeing this ad. Okay. Um. Uh. I'm pretty sure I know what this is. This is like Greenland. Yo, yes. Thank God. I was about to say Iceland. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. It was one or the other. Um, what else can we do? Um, we can do. All right. So I don't know. Let's do. Let's do a chess puzzle. Uh, the best move. Me. This is a 2000 rated one. I'm not gonna get this. I literally don't even know how to play this. Like I know how to play, but not that much. Uh, okay, you can't take there. This is threatening that. If it takes, it threatens queen. It threatens queen, but it can't take this because of this. If I move right there, it's not like, if I move right there with this, it threatens this. It threatened this. I might lose. I would lose it to the horse, so I wouldn't be able to move there. Um, I would lose it to the horse. I can't move like this. This can move. If I moved right there, I would lose it to. I would lose it to the queen. There must be a actual like better move, bro. If I move right there, it genuinely might just take. It's not gonna take with the horse. It's not gonna take a pawn with the horse. Um, that's for sure. It's not gonna take a pawn with the horse. Uh, uh, I don't know. Is it this? No. Give me a hint, bro. This is a hint. Look at the queen. Is basically what it's suggesting. I can't do this because the horse would take it. I can't do that. Well, I can do that actually. Wait, I can do that. If I do this, it just attacks this. This is checkmate, bruh. Yeah, you see, this is what I'm saying. I'm not good enough for this. Okay, all right. I think now it's time for me to. I'm gonna switch it back to Anki now, because apparently I sharing it for I don't even know how long, maybe like 15 minutes of you guys just looking at the blank screen of the Google. Um, Anki. All right. User one. All right. Let me grab some water. The most important retrieval cues are at 178 new cards remaining, then we'll take another break. The three most important retrieval cues are actually let me do something real quick. Uh um what was that? That was weird. All right. Let me make sure you guys can see still. All right, cool. Three most important retrieval cues are uh I don't remember, bro. Priming, context, state dependency. Okay. The retrieval cue of priming is basically unconscious activation of nodes or associations that you previously established. Prior activation of nodes slash associations without awareness. The retrieval cue of context states that like you'll remember best if you're in the same setting you were when you encoded the information. Semantic, method of loci. You remember things best when you're in the same like mood or state that you were when you encoded it. Is a type of recall involved in recognition. includes episodic and semantic, uh, false information, implicit memory is unconscious. Working memory includes the information that you actually processed and consists of what you're thinking of right now. Misleading information. Blank memory is event-related memories, episodic. Okay. Do y'all like? I don't know if y'all. I hope y'all hear me. Like, well, I'm gonna, I'm gonna lower the volume on the music for me. I don't know why it was so, it's so loud. Is when previous experience. It seems like you guys, like, I don't have you guys at the same level. I always keep myself a little bit higher than the lo-fi music, but I know that sometimes I might speak lower, so I like test it out by speaking, just literally just speaking, and I just hope that that's not a. I just have to hope that later on I don't find out that it's like I sound low. Memory is when previous experiences aid the performance. Positive priming, oh man, is when exposure to one stimulus influences priming. Central executive is used to coordinate the phonological loop and visual spatial sketchpad. Long-term memory for actions or habits, procedural memory, pegword system, negative priming, autobiographical memory, rote rehearsal, episodic buffer. Um, Verbal information is processed, including any words or numbers. Um, Explicit, dual coding hypothesis, rote rehearsal. Um, we take info from the five senses. Don't pay attention to everything. 1 second. Okay. Uh, Take info from five senses. Spotlight model of attention. Declarative or non-declarative, explicit or implicit. Self-referencing includes priming, procedural memory, and habits. Acronym, spacing, positive priming, a retrieval, priming, state dependency, and context. Is prior activation of nodes that's association without awareness. Um, Implicit memory, source monitoring, uh, source monitoring error. When you can remember a piece of information but can't remember where it came from. Isn't that literally what I just said? Source amnesia. Okay. Are vivid memories formed during? Okay, hold up. When you can remember a piece of information but can't remember where it came from. You can recall a piece of information but attribute it to the wrong source. Okay, so it's okay. I see. Vivid memories formed flashbulb memories. Inattention is bad for memory. Suspend is when connections between damn, I don't remember. Long-term potentiation. When we can't recall a piece of information anymore, um, we can't recall a piece of information anymore. Decay. Okay. Uh, like not retrieving it enough or not encoding it well enough. Like, I'll give myself hard. First person to look at the K, I think this was Ebbinghaus. You can tell if someone has learned something before after memory based on how quickly they remember it after. I think you guys can tell that I've learned this before. Imagine if I had told you guys like, oh, I've never learned this before, and I'm just like speeding through like 300 cards. Is when you can remember a piece of information but can't remember where it came from. This is source amnesia. The two types of memory interference are, I don't remember, retroactive and proactive. Um, New learning impairs old information. New learning impairs old information. Is when connections between neurons strengthen to improve recall, long-term potentiation. We can't recall a piece of information anymore. Decay. Proactive interference is when um, old information impacts new learning. Yo, hey, I'm at impairs, so I have to click again, but hey, that was pretty close. Uh, the retrieval key of context states that like you'll retrieve it, you'll like be more likely to retrieve the information better if if you're in the same place you encoded it. I actually did that a couple times. I don't think I've ever did it like for long enough for it to really feel impactful, but there were a couple times that I definitely pulled up to a classroom, literally just to key in on that effect. I'm not gonna lie. You can tell if someone has learned something based on how quickly they remember it. I guess relearning. The two types of memory interference are proactive and retroactive. Retroactive interference is when new information impairs old learning. Oh, new learning impairs old information. Okay. Misleading information. Damn. Proactive interference is when new information impairs old learning. Damn, bro. The cognitive abilities that are stable with age include, oh man, I didn't like these cards either. Implicit memory and recognition. Okay. Improve semantic memory, crystallize the IQ and emotional reasoning, recall episodic memory, processing speed, and divided attention decline. Implicit memory. That improve with age are crystallized IQ, semantic memory, and emotional reasoning. Let's go. Again, cognitive abilities that decline with age are episodic memory, divided attention. I don't know what else. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, they just added an extra one on top. If you aren't prepped, okay. Processing speed. Okay, hold up. Let's edit this. So, processing speed, recall, episodic memory, perspective memory. Okay. Retroactive interference is when new learning impacts new information new impacts old learning. Bro, oh my god. Um, New learning impairs old information, causes inaccurate recollections of an event, false information. Proactive interference is when uh, old information impairs new learning. Cognitive abilities that are stable with age include, I don't remember, bro. Implicit memory and recognition. Okay. The cognitive abilities that improve with age are crystallized IQ, emotional reasoning, and semantic memory. State dependency, context, and priming. It states that you being in the same state or mode as you were when you encoded the information helps you to retrieve it. Um, Prior activation of nodes slash associations without being aware of it consciously. Type of recall involved in recognition. Blank memory is when previous experiences aid the performance of a task. Priming. Wait, bro, it literally said memory, bro. Or when you can recall a piece of information but a source monitoring error can be caused by not encoding it well enough or not retrieving it often enough. Decline with age are processing speed, recall, perspective memory, episodic memory, and what's the D? Divided attention. Ebbinghaus. Retroactive interference is when um, retroactive interference is when new inf- new information makes people forget old information. And we can't recall a piece of information anymore. Um, Decay. Stay with age are implicit memory and I don't know, recognition. When you can remember but can't source amnesia is used to coordinate the phonological loop and spatial visual spatial sketchpad. Peg word system. Um, Procedural memory. Uh, Misleading information is when connections between long-term potentiation includes the sensory information uh, that you actually process and consists of what you're thinking of right now. Implicit memory, ability to use acquired knowledge and experience, crystallized IQ. Perspective memory is um, perspective memory is memory of like your aspirations for the future, remembering to do things in the future. Okay, is a term for a decline in memory and cognitive functions to the point of interfering. Um, It's gonna be like dementia. Yes. Most common Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is associated with buildup of amyloid plaques. Initially begin with trouble with short-term memory. Okay. Blank is caused by lack of vitamin B1. I don't remember. Korsakoff syndrome. Okay. Very flashbulb memory. Source monitoring associated with individuals who are malnourished or alcoholics. Okay. Wernicke's encephalopathy. Prospective memory is remembered to do things in the future. Symptoms of Wernicke's. Okay. Bacon, egg, and cheese mom. Okay. So poor balance, abnormal eye contusions, uh, confusion, like mild confusion, and uh, what's M? Memory loss. Common symptoms of Korsakoff's: severe memory loss and confabulation. Begin with problems with short-term memory that progresses into problems with long-term memory. Uh, Korsakoff syndrome. They are not progressive. People are diagnosed and treated. They can get better. Okay. The It says that if you encode it in one location and you try to retrieve it in that same location, your chances of remembering it are better. Is associated with individuals who are um, the way that this like timer, like the ETA, it's literally flickers up and down between 1 and 12. So my estimate is that I'm probably done by like 12:45. That's my guess. Associated with individuals who are um individuals who are or what? Uh Associated with individuals malnourished or alcoholics. Wernicke's encephalopathy. Um, Inaccurate recollections. Um, False information. Uh, for Wernicke's encephalopathy, we're gonna have uh, poor balance, um, abnormal eye movements or eye contusions, um, mild confusion, and uh, memory loss. Abnormal eye movements. Why did I say contusions? I think I saw confusion and I just went with it. Common symptoms of Korsakoff syndrome include severe memory loss and confabulations. The two types of memory interference are two types of memory interference are the two types of memory interference are um, proactive and retroactive. Proactive is when Old information, old information impairs new learning. They're not progressive. That improve with age are emotional reasoning, crystallized IQ, and semantic memory. The cognitive abilities that decline with age are processing speed, recall, episodic memory, perspective memory, and divided attention. You can tell how quickly they relearn it. Retroactive interference is when uh, old information impacts new learning. No, new learning is impaired by old information. I got that wrong. Symptoms of learning encephalopathy. We have poor balance, uh, abnormal eye movements, mild confusion, and memory loss. Crystallized IQ, emotional reasoning. No. Um, implicit memory and recognition. Term for decline of memory, dementia. Retrograde amnesia is obviously you forget things that happened in the past. Inability to recall previously encoded information. That's like what I said. I'm gonna give myself hard because I didn't use the big words. Um, the retrieval cue of priming is uh, prior association, prior activation of nodes association without awareness. Perspective memory is remember to do things in the future. Retroactive interference is when old information impairs new learning. Damn, bro. Uh, interrogate amnesia is the inability to encode future information, encode new memories. Concepts organized in your mind as connected ideas. Semantic networks. Concepts organized in your mind as connected ideas. Korsakoff syndrome is the idea that we start concepts from broad categories, hierarchical semantic networks. Is the idea that concepts in differing individuals' semantic networks are linked differently, modified semantic network. It can be caused by not encoding it well enough or by not retrieving it often enough. Retroactive interference. So retroactive means it's going backward. So new learning is impairing old information. The three most important retrieval cues are priming, context, and state dependency. Associated who are malnourished or alcoholics. Wernicke's encephalopathy. When you can recall a piece of information but attribute it to the wrong source by mistake. Um, source monitoring error. Interrogate amnesia, inability to encode future memories. Concepts organizing your mind, semantic networks. Korsakoff syndrome, Ebbinghaus, decay, um, severe memory loss and confabulations, um, hierarchical semantic network, when you can remember but can't remember where it came from, source amnesia, um, modified semantic network, uh, oh damn, spreading activation. Okay. Order of Piaget's stages of development are, damn, I hate this. I don't remember. Sensory motor, pre-operational, concrete operational, and formal operational. Is one connection between long-term potentiation, Alzheimer's. Proactive interference is it's acting on future information. So old information is impairing like new learning. Is associated with buildup of amyloid plaques. Implicit. It's between the ages of 0 to 2. It's associated with object permanence and stranger anxiety. Cognitive abilities that decline with age are your processing speed, recall, episodic memory, perspective memory, and divided attention. Spreading activation. Infants gather information through uh, touch and I don't know. Senses and motor function. Sensory motor, pre-operational, concrete operational, and formal operational. Awareness encephalopathy, poor balance, uh, abnormal eye movements, mild confusion, and um, last one, memory loss. Pre-operational 0 to 2. Oh no, 2 to 7. Um, one of them I think is like, is it the glass one for this one? Associated with pretend play, egocentrism, beginning to understand symbols, and beginning to talk. Pretend play, egocentrism. Egocentrism is when children can only understand things from their own point of view. In front of you watching TV and doesn't understand that you can't see it because they can. Pretend play, egocentrism, beginning to understand symbols, and beginning to talk. Stable with age are implicit memory and recognition. 0 to 2, it's associated with I don't know, object permanence and strange anxiety. Initially begin with problems with short-term memory, and then it progresses into problems with long-term memory. Retrograde amnesia is inability to retrieve previously encoded memories. Infants and sensory motor gather information through their senses and motor function. Concrete operational occurs between ages 7 and 11, associated with, I don't know, conservation, empathy, and math skills. Pre-operational is from 2 to 7. It's associated with pretend play, egocentrism, beginning to, is this the symbols, and beginning to learn how to talk? Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, I did get it right. have to give myself 6 minutes. Uh, Sensory motor characteristics. Between ages 0 to 2, it's associated with object permanence and stranger anxiety. False information, form operation it's between ages like 12 and up, associated with I don't know, abstract thinking, reasoning through consequences, and moral reasoning. Abstract thinking, reasoning through consequences, and moral reasoning. Concrete operational between ages 7 and 11. This is associated with conservation, empathy, and beginning to understand like math skills. Okay. That improve with age are cognitive abilities that improve with age are cognitive abilities that improve with age are um, crystallized IQ, semantic memory, and emotional reasoning. Retroactive interference is when uh, so it's acting on old information. So new information is impairing like new learning is impairing old information. They're not progressive. It occurs between ages 12 and up. It's associated with moral reasoning, reasoning through consequences, and abstract thinking. I don't know how I just did that. Is the idea that we comes from hierarchical semantic networks. Um, Occurs between ages um, 7 to 11. It's associated with conservation, empathy, and math skills. Crystallized IQ. Damn, I hate this term too because I confuse it with semantic networks, bro. Schemas, whatever. Mental models used to organize and interpret new information. Um, One more time. Okay. When we incorporate new information into an existing schema, assimilation. When we create new schemas, accommodation. Sensory motor, pre-operational, concrete operational, and formal operational. When we move from a current state to a goal state, problem solving. A term for decline in memory and cognitive memory is dementia. Well-defined problems are problems with a well-defined goal, clear starting and end point. Ill-defined problems are problems with an ambiguous starting and end point. Wow. Blank method of problem solving is taking random guesses until something works. Trial and error. We're suspending this. Our method solving problem that includes a logical step-by-step approach that is guaranteed to find the correct solution eventually. Algorithm. Perspective memory is learned to do things in the future. Schemas. Incorporating new information. Assimilation. Wernicke encephalopathy. Mental shortcuts to find solutions to problems faster. It starts with an H. Heuristics. when we create new schemas or adjust our accommodation, we move problem solving, malnourished or alcoholics, semantic networks, a clear starting and end goal or endpoint. They gather information through their senses and motor function. Um, ooh, this is like means end analysis. Ooh, that was I haven't remember that in a while. I haven't retrieved that in a while. I'm surprised. Korsakoff syndrome. When we start with the goal and use it to suggest connections back to the current state. Um, Basically, I want y'all to realize this is literally this cut down on like maybe like 6 days worth of work. Like once we're done here, this would be like 6 days worth of work that we just like did all in one. And low key, like I realized that I said I had like maybe like 4 days that I had taken off, like that weren't or well, I guess low key only three. It's realistically nah, it probably is four. It might be four. So that means that I'm like 2 days ahead. I'm not gonna take 2 days off now because then that would literally have made this useless. But I think it's cool that we're ahead now. And we're probably obviously like we still gonna have our off day maybe on like Friday or sometime soon. So is when we start with a goal and use it to suggest connections back to the after working backward. Is that what it's gonna say? Yeah. Common symptoms include severe memory loss and confabulation, heuristics. Pre-operational is between 2 to 7. It's associated with pretend play, egocentrism. Um, I don't know the other two. Beginning to understand symbol and beginning to talk. Interrogate amnesia is inability to encode like new memories. 0 to 2 associated with stranger anxiety and object permanence. And modified semantic networks. The like decline with age are processing speed, recall, episodic memory, perspective memory, and divided attention. Intuition, trial and error. Oh, proactive interference is when so it's acting on future information. So old information is impairing new is like impairing your ability to bro, how do I say this? So old information is impairing new learning. Says that all ideas in the brain are connected and that pulling up spreading activation, symptoms of Wernicke's encephalopathy. Uh, we have poor balance. Um, wait, yeah, poor balance. Uh, abnormal eye movements. Mild confusion and what's it called? Um, Mild confusion and what else, bro? Mild confusion and memory loss. Sorry. Okay. Pre-operational stage characteristics um, occurs between 2 to 7, associated with pretend play, egocentrism, beginning to understand symbols, and beginning to know how to talk. between 12 and up is associated with moral reasoning, abstract thinking, and reasoning through consequences. Cognitive abilities that are stable with age include implicit memory and recognition. Concrete operational between 7 and 11. It's associated with conservation, empathy, and math skills. Intuition. Retrograde amnesia is inability to retrieve like old memories. Is getting stuck in a wrong approach. I don't remember. Fixation. The aha moment. Uh, I don't know. Insight. Insight about a problem can often be achieved through. Okay. Type 1 error. A type 1 error is it's a false positive. Type 2 is false negative. Yeah, this is literally what I was actually about to draw this exact thing out. Like I literally looked at it and I was like, wait, I remember like you can determine whether it's a false positive on whether you can do this or whether you can do that. Like it kind of tells you. I'm actually gonna give myself a higher rating on that. I gave myself an again, but it's not. This is not. That wasn't an again level problem, to be honest with you. Um. All right, hold up, guys. Give me 1 second. Um. All right. When we break down large problems into smaller problems and tackle the problem that has the most difference between means and analysis. Um, accommodate. Yeah. Fixation. Incubation. Insight. Retroactive interference. So new information makes you forget old information. Um, decision making. We use heuristics. It's like a shortcut. Make quick decisions based on prior knowledge. Um, this is this one might be availability bias. Availability heuristic. Damn. Based on most representative answer. This is prototype. The prototype heuristic. Representative. Damn. Um, conjunction heuristic. Conjunction fallacy. Yo, did this person go to my school, bro? I'm convinced this person genuinely went to my school. Where? Let's look this up, bro. I'm gonna look it up. I'm not gonna say whether I'm not gonna say, but I genuinely think that the person that did this went to my school. It doesn't say where he went to school, but I genuinely believe that this dude genuinely might have gone to my school, bro. This is the exact slide from one of my classes where I learned the conjunction fallacy. I guess I technically learned it from him first, but or them, but sensory motor stage, between ages, uh, between ages 0 and 2, it's associated with object permanence and stranger anxiety. Is the idea that we store concepts, hierarchical semantic network. We use heuristics in decision making to um, make quick decisions, where choices are made are based on availability heuristic. Is a decision making heuristic where choices are based on the most representative answers based on prototypes. Representativeness heuristic. Schemas. I may have gotten it right, but it's like I know that it's gonna come back later, and I'm not gonna know it. Sensory motor, pre-operational, concrete operational, and formal operational. Ambiguous starting and endpoints is when we incorporate no information into an existing schema. Um, no information into an existing schema. Um, when we incorporate no information into an existing schema, um, uh, incorporating no information into an existing schema, uh, assimilation. Between ages 12 and up, it's associated with moral reasoning, reasoning through consequences, and abstract thinking. Pre-operational, 2 to 7, associated with pretend play, egocentrism, learning how to, beginning to learn how to talk, and beginning to understand symbols. Occurs between ages um, 7 to 11, associated with conservation, empathy, and math skills. People tend to think the probability conjunction fallacy. Infants in the sensory motor stage gather information through um, their senses and motor function algorithm. When we move from a current state to a goal state, problem solving with clear starting and endpoints to make quick decisions based on previous knowledge. Heuristics, intuition, means end analysis, create accommodation, um, working backwards, uh, confirmation bias, belief perseverance. This one is confirmation bias. I was just saying something because I needed to put in a guess. Is actively seeking out information that supports one's own beliefs. Yeah, that's confirmation bias. I can literally like I can easy the card because it's not I know for 100% fact that that's what that is where people decide on options based on whether they are presented with positive or negative connotations. Okay, family effect. Intelligence quotient. We can suspend the card. We can suspend this card. The problem solving method, intuition, that allows us to learn from experience, solve problems, and use knowledge to adapt to new situations. Intelligence. The average person scale is a 100. I can suspend this card too. The ability to perceive, emotional intelligence, ability to reason quickly and abstractly, such as when solving novel logic problems. Um, ability to reason quickly and abstractly, such as when solving novel logic problems. Um, fluid intelligence. Is maintaining a belief despite new information that firmly contradicts it. Um, belief perseverance, where people decide on options based on whether they are presented with positive or negative connotations. Um, framing effect, where choices are based on availability heuristic. Crystallized. Wait, what? Is this not crystallized intelligence? Yeah. I feel like this was literally the other card. This was in the other deck already. Hold on. Yeah, we already did. We already did one of these. I don't know why it shows up multiple times. I don't even know. I literally don't even know which one to. Oh, I think I have to suspend this one. That was this one. Okay. There's a mental quality that allows us to learn from experience, solve problems, fluid knowledge. I mean, damn, bro. I was wrong anyway, but this one is fluid intelligence. Is dependent on both genetics and environment, where choices are based on representativeness heuristic. Heritability of intelligence is studied through twin studies. Positive, negative. Intelligence is biologically set and unchanging. Um, fixed mindset. Insight states that intelligence is changeable if you learn more. Growth mindset. Um, Galton's idea of hereditary genius compares how children perform at a specific age compared to the average intelligence performance. Benet's idea of mental age compares how children perform at a specific age compared to the Spearman's theory of general intelligence. Believes that people who are intelligent in one area are intelligent in other areas. Is a mental quality that allows us to learn from experience. Crystallized intelligence. Hold on. Damn. Decision making. Oh, damn. Depends on his seven what? States that there are seven factors to intelligence that depend on each other. L. Thornstone's theory of primary mental abilities. L. Thornstone's theory of primary mental abilities. Fixation. Insight about a problem can often be achieved. Once we get to 150 new remaining is when we'll take the break so that we're like exactly at 170 something, 175, or like around 175 at least. Insight about a problem can often be achieved by um, if the reviews go down before the new cards, then it just needs to add up to there. Insight about a problem can often be achieved through incubation, fixed mindset, growth mindset, um, someone's idea of hereditary genius, Galton's idea of hereditary genius. Use heuristics to make quick decisions based using prior knowledge. Sensory motor stage characteristics. Between ages uh, between ages 0 to 2 associated with stranger anxiety and object permanence. Benet's idea of, I don't know, hereditary age or something, mental age, states that there's one general intelligence. Spearman's theory of general intelligence. Uh, Intelligence. L. Fernstone's theory of primary mental ability. Gardner's theory of multiple intelligence states that there are 7 to 9 independent intelligences. It's that human ability is hereditary. Human ability is hereditary. Human ability is hereditary. I don't know, bro. Godwin's idea of hereditary genius. Okay. Compares how Benet's idea of mental age. There are 3 independent intelligences. We haven't learned this one. Sternberg's triarchic theory of intelligence. Creative, analytical, and practical that are based on real-world success. States that there are 7 to 9 independent. This is not a review. We did not do this one. Oh, yes, we did. I guess there are 7 to 9 independent intelligences. Most heavily backed by research is Spearman's theory of general intelligence. It is the ability to reason quickly and abstractly. Fluid intelligence. Analytical intelligence is the ability to solve well-defined problems. The ability to adapt to new situations and generate novel ideas. Galton's idea of hereditary genius. Benet's idea of mental age. Ages 2 to 7 associated with pretend play, egocentrism, beginning to understand symbols, and beginning to learn how to talk. Sternberg's theory of triarchic intelligence, or triarchic theory of intelligence. Um, Conjunction fallacy. The intelligence theory, this is Spearman's theory of general intelligence. Practical intelligence is the ability to solve ill-defined problems. Analytical intelligence is the ability to solve well-defined problems. The ability to adapt and generate novel ideas. Adapt to new situations and generate novel ideas. It occurs between ages 12 and up. Moral reasoning, reasoning to consequences, and abstract thinking. Uh, Confirmation bias is composed of the mixed system. So it's going to be a little harder. Uh, I know amygdala is one of them. What is the rest though? Hypothalamus, amygdala, thalamus, hippocampus. Ages uh ages 7 to 11, associated with conservation, empathy, and math skills. The ability uh, to solve ill-defined problems. The thalamus is the relay sensor for the senses. Sensory relay station that directs sensory nerves to the appropriate brain regions. Is when we create new okay, actually we're gonna go back, right? And we're gonna check the current card and see if there's any inaccuracies in it. Okay, cool. Sensory relay station that directs sensory nerves to appropriate brain regions is when we create new schemas. This is accommodation. Uh, is when people decide on options based on whether they are presented. Framing effect. Belief perseverance. Um, Means end analysis. This is gonna be amygdala, hypothalamus, hippocampus, and thalamus. Spearman's theory of general intelligence. Uh, L. Thornstone's uh, theory of multiple intelligences. Damn. Uh, Emotional intelligence. Thalamus is the sensory relay station that directs the sensory nerves to their appropriate brain regions. Is studied through twin studies. Olfaction. Intelligence is dependent on both genetics and environment. Amygdala is involved with one of them is fear. Emotion, aggression, and fears. Is caused by the destruction. It starts with a K. Uh, Kluver-Bucy syndrome. Is a decision-making heuristic where choices are based on quick, easily accessible examples. where choices are made on availability heuristic. L. Thornstone's theory of primary mental abilities states that there are 7 to 9 independent intelligences. Choices are made. Representativeness heuristic is involved with emotion, aggression, and fear. Um, Galton's idea of hereditary genius. Kluver-Bucy syndrome. How children perform. Uh, Someone's idea of hereditary genius. Um, oh damn. I knew something was wrong. Analytical intelligence um is um is analytical intelligence is the ability to solve well-defined problems. Three independent intelligences. I don't remember. Gardner's theory of multiple intelligence. Oh no, yeah. Creative intelligence is the ability to adapt to new situations and generate novel ideas. We use heuristics in decision making to make quick decisions based on prior knowledge. Compares how children perform at a specific age compared to the average intelligence performance for that age. Um, how children perform at a specific age compared to the average intelligence performance for that age. Um, uh, is this Benet's idea of mental age? Sorry, growth mindset, fixed mindset is the ability to solve ill-defined problems. Um, Sternberg's triarchic theory of intelligence. Limbic system is composed of the amygdala, hippocampus, thalamus, and hypothalamus. Stimulation of the amygdala results in like hyperaggression, uh, emotionality. I don't know, bro. Anger, violence, and fear. Okay. Ability to solve Anger, violence, and fear. Okay, but violence is an expression of both. So I feel like I should just remove that, to be honest. But it's fine, I guess. Is the ability to reason quickly and abstractly. Is the ability to reason quickly and abstractly fluid intelligence results in a like it causes you to be more aggressive, mellowing. Oh. Thalamus is the sensory relay station for the sensory nerves um to direct to the sensory relay station to direct sensory nerves toward the appropriate brain region. Um, I want to say hippocampus, but I don't know if that's what they were looking for. Oh, it is. Nice. Stimulation of the amygdala results in um, stimulation of the amygdala results in okay. All right, we're gonna take a pause. Give me 1 second. I'll switch you guys over in a second. But hello. Okay. So I can put the music back on. Wow. We have run through a full cycle of the 12 hours of music that I had. Okay. We're at 150. Remember, I said that this is probably around the point where it should start flipping it around and start asking me the other sides of the questions. So let's see. Stimulation of the amygdala results in. I'm gonna lower the volume for myself. I think I think for you guys it should be the volume should be fine. Uh, yeah, okay. Stimulation of the amygdala results in anger, violence, and fear. Intelligence theory, Spearman's theory of general intelligence, Kluver-Bucy syndrome, um, L. Thornstone's uh, theory of primary mental abilities. Yes. Instruction, a mellowing effect, is involved with emotion, aggression, and fear. One, Spearman's theory of general intelligence. ability to adapt to new situations and generate novel ideas. Benet's idea of mental age. Sternberg's triarchic theory of intelligence. Intelligence. Olfaction. Uh, Galton's idea of hereditary genius. There are 7 to 9 independent intelligences. The thalamus is the sensory relay station that directs sensory nerves to the appropriate brain regions. The ability to solve well-defined problems. The ability to solve ill-defined problems. Hippocampus. Uh, the thalamus, hypothalamus, amygdala, and hippocampus. Um, I think it's definitely anterograde amnesia. Yeah. Functions include regulating the autonomic nervous system, endocrine system, the hypothalamus. Right? Yeah. Left hemisphere evokes, I don't know. Left hemisphere is positive emotions. Okay. Executive function. Oh, damn. Sympathetic nervous system effects. Okay. All right. Um, okay, let's go into browse. Let's see how long before it starts flipping the cards. Because realistically, I'm sure it can't be, like, we can't be far from where it starts to do that. I don't know. I don't know when it's gonna bubble up. Maybe it's burying all the cards, so like it's burying them as we go, and the numbers has been going down a lot faster because it's been burying them. Um, Let me see. If I come over to, it says 380 right now, and I had it at 600, which means 2220 is how much I've done. I've done 220, and I have 140. I have 160 left. Yeah, that's that's about it. Sounds right to me. Okay. I don't know. So, a sympathetic nervous system. Okay. So it's gonna dilate the pupils, decrease salivation, increase respiratory rate, increase heart rate, increase blood glucose, adrenaline, norepinephrine, and decrease digestion. So dilate the pupils, decrease salivation. You're not eating. You're not eating. So dilate the pupils, decrease your salivation, increase heart rate, increase respiratory rate, um, increase adrenaline and norepinephrine, uh, blood glucose, increase blood glucose, and decrease digestion. Okay. Left hemisphere is positive, right hemisphere is negative. Executive function. Oh damn, bro. Parasympathetic. So you're gonna constrict the pupils. You're gonna increase salivation. You're gonna decrease respiratory rate, decrease heart rate, decrease adrenaline and norepinephrine, um, or just not. It might just not be included at all. And increase production of what, like increase digestion, but it might be to store glucose or something. Oh, nice. Decrease adrenaline, increase digestion. Okay. Yeah, literally pretty much everything I just said. Three components of emotion are okay. Uh, physiological, cognitive, and behavioral. So you're gonna dilate the pupils, decrease salivation, increase respiratory rate, increase heart rate, uh, increase blood glucose, increase adrenaline, and decrease digestion. Um, the prefrontal cortex. The behavioral components to emotion include how your body reacts to certain emotions, how you feel about something. I low key just read it. That was Paul Ekman. Um, happy, sadness, disgust. Um, I don't know what else. Happy, sadness, disgust, surprise, fear. Happy, sadness, disgust, fear. Oh, I didn't say anger. Okay. So you're gonna constrict the pupils, increase salivation, decrease respiratory rate, decrease heart rate, increase glucose storage, decrease adrenaline, and increase digestion. Three components of emotion are physiological, cognitive, and behavioral. Emotions are expressed as an innate ability that allowed individuals to act in ways that gave them a better. Behavioral components include facial expression and body language, um, how you behave, how your body reacts to certain emotions. Paul Ekman. Cognitive, how you feel. Physiological response, interpretation of the physiological response, and then emotion. They're one apart on the alphabet, so physiological response comes before emotion. What? 6 universal emotions. um, happy, sadness, fear, disgust, shock, and anger. Are they're expressed as innate abilities to, I don't know, as an innate ability that allowed individuals to act in ways that There must be a better. We're gonna check this and see if there's a way to reduce the wordage of this card, bro. Okay, I guess not. Hypothesize there expresses an innate ability that allowed individuals to act in ways that gave them a better chance of survival. Hold up, we're just gonna copy this, bro. Hold up. The physiological components to emotion are how you react to a certain emotion. Cognitive component of emotion involves uh, cognitive component of emotion involves how you feel about something. It's involved with emotion, anger, and fear. Bro, I'm gonna give myself it, bro. Well, the only one that we've looked at is James Lange, to be honest. Instead of keeping your emotions on the DL, you keep your emotions on the JL. You have the response first. Your emotions are on the JL, aka you have the response first. You know what I'm saying? Creative intelligence is creative intelligence is the ability to adapt to new situations and generate novel ideas. L. Thornstone's theory of primary mental abilities, positive, negative, Kluver-Bucy syndrome, Sternberg's triarchic theory of intelligence, Benet's idea of mental age, results in anger. Uh, I kind of want to say anger, aggression, and fear, but that sounds wrong, bro. Anger, violence, and fear. Damn. Results in a mellowing effect. They have uh, anterograde amnesia. Sympathetic nervous system effects. You're gonna have dilated pupils, reduce salivation, increase respiratory rate, increase heart rate, uh, increase blood glucose, increase adrenaline and norepinephrine, and um, decreased digestion. They're expressed as an innate ability to act in ways that increase survivability. The thalamus is the sensory relay station that directs sensory nerves to the appropriate brain regions. So it's going to constrict the pupils. Um, it's going to increase salivation, decrease heart rate, decrease respiratory rate, increase glucose storage, decrease adrenaline, and uh, increase digestion. The hypothalamus. Behavioral components to emotion include facial expression and body language. Paul Ekman. Happy, sad, surprise, anger, disgust, and fear. Stimulation of the amygdala results in anger, violence, and fear. Prefrontal cortex. Event, then the physiological response and emotion at the same time. This is probably, I think this is the Shachter Singer is what I'm gonna get. That's my guess. Bro, you can't just keep saying they're next to each other, bro. You can't do that for every single one of them. You can't do that. This is probably the Shachter Singer. The event, then the physiological response, and the reason, then the emotion. Okay. Are how your body reacts to certain emotions, how you feel about something. Lazarus. The cannon bar theory. Appraise, like, okay. The blank law states that people perform best. Yerkes Dodson is the process by which we appraise and cope with environmental threats and challenges. Stress. The threatening/challenging event that causes stress. The stressor. The three components of emotion are cognitive, behavioral, and physiological. Shachter Singer. Um, Stress response. Blank. The stress arises less from physical events and more from assessment and interpretation. The two stages of the appraisal theory of stress are primary appraisal and secondary appraisal. Um, Lazarus theory. Um, Cultural and individual differences. Um, Stress is when you assess stress in your present situation. Evaluation of an individual's ability, secondary appraisal. Inabilities, individual to cope with a stressor based on level of harm, threat, and challenge. The four categories of stressors are significant life challenges, catastrophic events, significant life changes, catastrophic events, uh, daily hassles, and ambient stressors. Significant life changes, catastrophic events, daily hassles, and ambient stressors. The labeling theory of stress associated with Lazarus, the appraisal theory of stress. Right. Primary and secondary appraisal, by which we appraising stress. In Lazarus' theory of emotion, labeling is based on the individual and cultural differences. Um, Primary appraisal. Is the evaluation of an individual's ability to cope with the stressor. Um, the evaluation of an individual's ability to cope with the stressor. An individual's ability. Secondary appraisal evaluates the individual's ability to cope with a individual's ability to cope with a stressor given the level of harm, something, harm, threat, and challenge. The four categories of stressors are significant life challenges, catastrophic events, daily hassles, and ambient stressors. The appraisal theory of stress by Lazarus. Daily hassle. Stressors can trigger the body's sympathetic nervous system and endocrine response. Releasing catecholamines and releasing cortisol. The idea that humans respond better to stress when they have a support system. Probably oxytocin. Hanseli. Evaluates the individual's ability to cope with stress, given the level of harm, threat, and challenge. James, mind you. The left, positive, negative. Um, the This is the thing by Hans Selye, but I forgot. General adaptation syndrome. The alarm phase of general adaptation syndrome is when stress kicks in and the heart races. Um, okay, let me just read the picture. The stress kicks in, heart races, resources mobilize, ready for fight or flight, fleeing, huddling, temperature elevated, BP high, breathing rate high. I wonder hold up, what they are. Stress reaction kicks in, fleeing, huddling, temperature elevated. Uh, it's a theory that we respond better to stress when we have a support system. I think that's what I said. Oh no, I kind of borrowed. The endocrine response to stress includes the sympathetic, no, releasing catecholamines, um, like epinephrine, norepinephrine, and releasing cortisol. Hans Selye. Sympathetic nervous system, you're gonna have the dilation of the pupils, decreased salivation, increased heart rate, increased respiratory rate, increased blood glucose, decreased digestion, and increased adrenaline and norepinephrine. Lazarus, Schachter Singer, Paul Ekman. Emotions are expressed as an innate way um, for humans to act and increase their chances of survivability. An innate ability that allowed individuals to act in a way that gave them a better chance of survival. Stimulation of the amygdala results in um, stimulation of the amygdala results in anger, violence, and fear. The general adaptation syndrome. Stressors can trigger the body's stressors can trigger the body's uh, stressors can trigger the body's um, endocrine response and sympathetic nervous system. Happy, sad, anger, surprise, uh, happiness, sadness, anger, surprise, disgust, and fear. Primary appraisal. Hold up, guys. Give me 1 second again. Sorry. All right, guys. Sorry about that. For the millionth time today, we're never getting done with at this rate, bro. I thought we were gonna be done by like 1. The estimated time is now at 2:31. Um, is the process by which we appraise and cope, by which we appraise and cope with environmental threats and challenges. Stress. This is here we're gonna constrict the pupils, uh, increase salivation, um, decrease heart rate, decrease respiratory rate, uh, increase glucose storage, decrease adrenaline, and increase digestion. Include facial expression and body language. Um, Primary and secondary appraisal. Darwin hypothesized that emotions are expressed as an innate way for humans to act, an innate ability that allowed individuals to act in a way that increased their survivability. Um, the 4 categories of stressors are significant life changes, catastrophic events, daily hassles, and ambient stressors. Physiological components of emotion are um, how your body reacts to certain emotions. Many consider daily hassles, uh, Yerkes Dodson, and oxytocin, uh, how you feel about something, appraisal theory of stress, Lazarus, is the physical and emotional response to stress. Stress response. Labeling is based on the individual and cultural differences. Is the belief that individuals respond better to stress when they have a support system. Releasing catecholamines like norepinephrine and epinephrine, and releasing cortisol. Cannon secondary appraisal. Stressors can trigger the body's endocrine response and sympathetic nervous system. Evaluates the individual's ability to cope with a stressor, um, given its level of harm, threat, and challenge. Um, the stress kicks in and the body does something. Stress kicks in and the heart races. Okay. Individuals have a weakened immune system. Uh, their body is like flooded with cortisol. Oh, oh, never mind. That's only the second phase. I thought it was the third. Very high cortisol, high BP, and respiratory rate. Please, not shuttle. Um, have weakened. This one might be weakened immune systems and a lot of cortisol. Okay, weakened immune system and run out of resources to handle stress can lead to hypertension, heart disease, diabetes, reproductive issues, immune problems. Hypertension, heart disease, diabetes, immune issues, reproductive issues. Hypertension, heart disease, diabetes, reproductive issues, immune issues. Okay. One major emotional response to stress is in stress response, the anterior cingulate. That's like the main brain part that responds to serotonin. So the alarm phase of gas is when uh, the stress response kicks in and the heart races. Exhaustion phase, they have weakened immune system and they run out of resources to handle the stress. They have high BP, high respiratory rate, high cortisol, very high cortisol, and flee/huddle. Hanseli. Um, helplessness, learned helplessness. Dr. Singer can lead to hypertension, heart disease, um, hypertension, heart disease. Uh, I don't know. I think there's one that starts with a D. I don't know. I don't remember what it is. Reproductive issues and immune issues. Diabetes. I wasn't sure if it was diabetes or depression. Um, one major depression. The anterior cingulate. The three emotional: anger, anxiety, and addiction. Type A are easily angered, aggressive. I edited this before. Easily angered and competitive. Actually, I'm just gonna leave it. Lazarus. Learned helplessness. Um, perceived control. General adaptation. Uh, general adaptation syndrome. Social support. 4 great ways to help manage stress. Um, Exercise, meditation, religion, cognitive flexibility. As an innate ability to act for individuals to act in a way that increase survivability. All right, hold up. Okay. Uh, we have my controller, unfortunately, has died. That just goes to show how long we've genuinely been doing this, because obviously our controller has never died in the middle of one session. We've just been doing this for so long. It's like it was impossible for it not to die, to be honest. Okay. It can lead to hypertension. Uh, it can lead to hypertension, heart disease, diabetes, reproductive issues, and immune issues. 3 emotional behavioral effects of stress are uh, anger, anxiety, and addiction. Type A are easily angered, aggressive, competitive. Type B are easygoing. Belief that an individual has perceived control. Meditation, religion, cognitive flexibility, and I don't know, one more. Exercise. Okay. Significant life changes, catastrophic events, daily hassles, and ambient stressors. Primary appraisal. Expressed as an innate ability for that allowed individuals to act in ways that increase survivability. Um, Reduces stressors. Uh, Proactive coping. Um, Social coping. Person copes with the stressor and tries to maladaptive, overcompensation, surrendering, and avoidance. Low effort syndrome. Sheer praise. Stress. Exercise, meditation, religion, and cognitive flexibility. Nicotine's effects. Oh, so we start this now. Now we start. Now it has officially started. Now we have officially started all the closed twos. Um, I don't know, bro. Increase heart rate, increase BP, acetylcholine receptor agonist, disrupt sleep, and suppress appetite. Increase heart rate, increase BP. I'm gonna edit this because if there's a whole nother card asking me what is the type of, like, why do I need to say that it's an acetylcholine receptor agonist, bro? That's not an effect. Increase heart rate, increase BP, disrupt sleep, and suppress appetite. Um, the 2 stages to our primary and secondary appraisal. 1 reduces stress of the situation by anticipating a stressor. Proactive coping, social coping, anger, anxiety, and addiction. Oh. Overcompensation, surrendering, and avoidance. Meaning focused coping. They have They have high levels of cortisol. They flee slash huddle, and uh, high levels of cortisol, um, high BP, and high heart rate. Oh, high BP and respiratory rate. Damn. Um, Let me see how well y'all hear me, because I feel like I'm speaking low, and I don't know if that's if I'm like I might need to lower that a little bit. Okay. Um. All right. This is low effort syndrome. The stress kicks in and the heart races. You're gonna increase BP, increase heart rate, disrupt sleep, and suppress appetite. Um, the appraisal theory of Lazarus, of stress by Lazarus. Sorry, oxytocin. Tandem of friend response is the belief that humans respond better to stress if they have a support system. Overcompensation, surrendering, and avoidance. Endocrine response includes releasing catecholamines like epinephrine and norepinephrine, and releasing cortisol. They have high levels of cortisol. They flee slash huddle, and last one, bro, come on, high BP and respiratory rate. Stressors can trigger the body's sympathetic nervous response and endocrine response. Um, Cocaine, daily hassles. They increase dopamine, increase block dopamine reuptake, and one more, cause feelings of euphoria. Okay. Uh, MDMA. I'm pretty sure I suspended the other card. I suspend this one too. Physiological response. Cannon Bard. They're easily angered, aggressive, and competitive, and Type B are easygoing. Um, Overcompensation, surrendering, and avoidance. The three emotional, um, anger, addiction, and anxiety. Resistance phase of gas, phase of gas, is when individuals have they have high levels of cortisol, high BP and respiratory rates, and they flee slash huddle. Addiction. Oh no, sorry, PTSD. Uh, Increased dopamine, block dopamine reuptake, and damn, again, cause feelings of euphoria. Ventral tegmental area. Four categories of stressor: significant life changes, catastrophic events, daily hassles, and ambient stressors. Dopamine. Cross tolerance is when the tolerance that you have for one drug is it causes a tolerance in another drug because they utilize the same pathway. Exhaustion phase. They have weakened immune system, and they've exhausted the resources for handling stress. Acute withdrawal lasts a few weeks, and it has many physical symptoms. I was pretty close. I'll say hard. It increases dopamine, blocks dopamine reuptake, and causes feelings of euphoria. Social support. One major response to stress is depression. Four great ways to help manage stress is um, to help manage stress. Uh, Four great ways to help manage stress. Um, Four great ways to help manage stress. Um, how many hours into stream are we, bro? 4 hours and 34 minutes. No, we're doing great. We're doing good today. I'm very proud of us. Four great ways to help manage stress. Um, Exercise, meditation, religion, and cognitive flexibility. In stress individuals, the anterior cingulate, learned helplessness, nicotine is gonna um, increase heart rate, increase respiratory rate. No, I'm gonna say increase heart rate, increase blood pressure. Um, then it's gonna disrupt sleep and suppress appetite. Perceived control. It has. It can last a few years, and it has like mainly psychological or emotional like symptoms. A drug causes, I don't know, serious impairment of functioning in life, work, school. I'm just gonna say life. I'm, I'm not gonna say all that. In your life, as in all settings. If your life does not only occur in one place. You don't need to specify. Stress can lead to hypertension, heart disease, diabetes, reproductive issues, and immune issues. It involves working with patients to um, motivate them to change, find intrinsic motivation to change. Occurs when you like you need to do multiple things at the same time, so you divide your attention. I feel like I'm low-key gonna suspend this card though. Even though I didn't suspend the other card, but that's like fine. Like I know what divided attention is, but we're gonna let the other card sit because it's like post-acute withdrawal um has less physical withdrawal symptoms and more emotional psychological symptoms. Tension is when you focus as concentrate on something while like ignoring everything else in the background. Is the ability to focus on one thing while there are a bunch of other stimulants like in the background. Like that's substance use disorders. I'm gonna suspend these two, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna suspend them. I'm just not interested. Substance use disorders occur when using a drug causes um Using a drug causes um um occur when using a drug causes a serious impairment of functioning in life, include um, overcompensation, surrendering, and avoidance. To find intrinsic motivation to change, they have high levels of cortisol, high heart rates and respiratory rate. Um, I look want to say blood pressure and respiratory rate, and fleas slash huddle. Yeah, for some reason it's only blood pressure and respiratory rate. I don't know why. Expressed as an innate ability for individuals to act in a way that increased their survivability. Ventral tegmental area, meaning focused coping, increased dopamine, block dopamine reuptake, and cause feelings of euphoria. Social coping. You have the stress kicks in and the heart races. Ability to focus even through all the stressors is when one reduces stress of a situation by anticipating a stressor, proactive coping. Um, it lasts a few weeks and it has many physical withdrawal symptoms. Cues that you don't really need to like you don't need any background knowledge to realize. I know what exogenous cues are though. Like the one described, like I don't know. I don't know. If I need to pick between exogenous and endogenous cues, I don't know. I don't I don't really care about these though. You know, I mean I'll leave this one. Is when you focus like you don't realize something going on like in your area like of sight because you were paying attention to something else in our visual field. Yeah, pretty much. Easily angered, aggressive, competitive versus easygoing. You don't realize that something changes within your visual field because of selective attention. Um, Low effort syndrome. Distal stimuli are stimuli exist in the world around you, objects and events in the world around you. Emotional behavioral effects of stress are emotional behavioral stress effects of stress. Damn. Um, Basically, like they can't see one side of space. Basal forebrain is the main cholinergic output of the mesolimbic system. Damn. Output of the central nervous system. Damn. Uh, Executive attention is attention involved in uh, higher order functions. Damn. Goal directed behavior, monitoring internal conflicts and anticipating the effects of behavior is when you don't realize a change that occurs in your environment because of selective attention. Significant life events, catastrophic life changes, catastrophic events, daily hassles, and ambient stressors. Cocaine. This will stimuli are objects and events in the world around you. Anger, anxiety, and addiction. You have to repeat. It's a task where you have to repeat everything that goes into one ear and ignore everything that comes out of the other, or everything that goes into the other, I guess. You have the sensory register, the selective filter, perceptual processing, and then conscious. Basal forebrain is the main cholinergic acetylcholine output of the central nervous system. To fail to be aware of one side of space. PTSD is involved in goal-directed behavior, monitoring internal conflicts, and anticipating the effects of behavior. Wow, I was not expecting to get that correct. I don't think I'll be doing that again. Dopamine. It goes sensory register, perceptual processing, selective filter, conscious. Treisman's attenuation theory states that sensory register, attenuator, perceptual processing, and conscious. Cross tolerance is when you gain a tolerance for a novel drug because it utilizes a similar pathway to a drug that you're already tolerant of. Maladaptive coping mechanisms include um, overcompensation, surrendering, and avoidance. Um, like we take in information from all the five senses, but we don't process all of it. Or, okay, we don't pay attention to everything. Priming is where exposure to one stimulus affects our response to a future stimulus. Okay. Occurs when a drug causes when a drug causes guys, I'm not gonna lie. I think after these cards, I don't know about no Jack Weston, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think for today, I think we can skip the Jack Weston. I think we've done enough after these cards. Uh, it's just literally, I don't know. Maybe I'll do it, but I highly doubt it. Um, Substance use disorders occur when a drug causes um, substance use disorders occur when using a drug causes a serious impairment of functioning in life. Involves working with patients to find intrinsic motivation to change. They have high levels of cortisol, high BP and respiratory rate, and sleep/shuttle. Um, they increase heart rate, increase blood pressure, and suppress appetite and disrupt sleep. States that we get sensory information from all five senses, but uh, we don't, it's not that we don't process all of it. I think it is we don't process all of it. We don't pay attention to everything. Oh my God. Priming is where an exposure to a stimulus affects future exposures to that stimulus. Okay, a little. It was close, but not quite. Meditation, religion, exercise, and cognitive flexibility is when you don't realize something in your visual space or visual field because you weren't paying attention. Resource model of attention states that attention is a limited resource and humans are bad at multitasking. Information processing theory, information processing model. Post-acute has less physical withdrawal symptoms and more psychological/emotional withdrawal symptoms. Um, Working memory states that we remember things that are at the beginning and end of a list better. States that we receive information from all of the five senses, but we don't pay attention to everything. Explicit memories are memories that we can describe or explain clearly. Facts such events you can clearly describe. Okay. Priming is where one exposure to a stimulus can affect your response to a future stimulus. Um, Event based, yes. Encoding is basically making yourself remember something, though. Transferring, transferring from okay. Resource model of attention states that attention is a limited resource, and humans are bad at multitasking. Information processing model. When I'm like remembering stuff, I like to think about it in terms of like the first three letters, and I don't say it out loud, but I do. Like if I like information processing model, it'll help me for the next time when I try remembering it. It'll help me for me to think of like the first three letters. Like okay, information processing model in my head. If I keep realizing I keep saying theory, instead of thinking IPT, I think IPM. I never even thought about it as IPM until just now, which low key might affect me. But I just wanted to let you guys know, like IP, it's IPM, right? I think I think it's IPM. Encoding, you see, it's already affecting me. Is enhanced memory when you're in the same condition as you were when you encoded it. Explicit memories are facts slash events that you can clearly describe. Encoding is transferring something from your working memory to your long-term memory. Retrieval is taking something like recalling information or pulling something out of your long-term memory. Source monitoring is being able to recall the source of specific information. Executive attention is involved in goal-directed behavior, monitoring internal conflicts, and anticipating the effects of uh, the consequences of actions, behavior. Okay, and anterior tegmental area, ventral. What? I thought I had that. I'm gonna click hard, but I'm not sure if I had that. Flashbulb memories are memories from a vividly a vivid slash arousing like time, like a very emotional time or event. You see, I just had like the words a little mixed up, but like I know what it is. It's like if someone asks you to define the word is. That's what it is sometimes for me. Like I know what they are, but I just can't describe it, which is honestly a better form of the memory in my opinion. Retrieval is pulling something out of long-term memory to conscious memory. They block dopamine reuptake, increase dopamine, and may cause feelings of euphoria. Lasts a few weeks and has many physical withdrawal symptoms. Is involved in goal-directed behavior, monitoring internal conflicts, and anticipating the effects of behavior. They require like internal knowledge, so, like This is basically what causes you to remember things, to be honest. Connections between neurons strengthen to improve recall slash memory. New learning impairs old information. This is retroactive. This is acting on the old. This is acting on the new, so it's going to be proactive. The ability to use uh, acquired knowledge and experience. Um, Decline in like your mental state, memory and cognitive functions. Is caused by vitamin B1 deficiency. Oh. Change blindness is when you don't realize a change in your environment because of selective attention. Semantic networks. Oh, here we go. Oh my god, bro. Concepts organized in your mind as connected ideas. Basal forebrain is the main cholinergic output in the CNS. Is when neurons strengthen their connections to improve memory slash recall. Something like that. You have to repeat everything that comes into one ear and ignore everything that comes into the other. 3 emotional behavioral effects are um, the 3 emotional slash behavioral effects of stress are um, um, anger, anxiety, and addiction. Dutch and Dutch's late selection theory says the stimuli go through sensory register, perceptual processing, selective filter, and then conscious. Memory and cognitive functions. Uh, Sensory register, um, selective filter, perceptual processing, and conscious. Are concepts organized in the mind as like connected? You organize in your mind as connected ideas. I mean, that's kind of what I said. Concepts, ideas, something. Include overcompensation, surrendering, and avoidance. Priming is where, hold up. Okay. Priming is where exposure to a stimulus influences your response on exposure to a future stimulus. Sensory register to the attenuator um, to perceptual processing to the conscious. Events slash stimuli in the world around you. Baby, you're the baddest girl. That's what I thought this song was. That attention is a limited resource, and attention is a limited resource, and what's it called? And humans are bad at multitasking. Facts slash events that you can clearly describe. To not be aware of one part of the visual space. Motivational interviewing involves working with patients to find intrinsic motivation to change. They have high levels of cortisol, high blood pressure and respiratory rate, and flee slash shuttle. Causes some serious impairment of functioning in life. Um, all the ideas in the brain are connected, so activating some, like one memory, would cause the activation of another one that's similar. I did kind of get that, I'm not gonna lie. Events and objects happening in the world around me. Schemas are mental models, mental frameworks used to organize and interpret new information. Inattentional blindness is when you don't realize that something's in your visual field because you're paying attention to something else. Spy model states that while we receive information from all the senses, we don't pay attention to everything. The ability to use acquired knowledge and experience. Information processing model is event related. Working memory is um, when we like change the existing schema to like adjust for new information. Schemas are mental frameworks used to organize new information, organize and interpret. Okay. States that you remember things better at in the first or last position of a list. Accommodation is when we change or create new schemas to organize and interpret new information. Encoding is um, adding, retrieving, no, transferring memories from short-term memory to long-term memory. Is enhanced memory when we're in the same condition when as we were when encoding. Uh, these are this is well-defined problems. Ill-defined problems is trying over and over again until you get it right. I'm suspending this. Schemas are mental models slash frameworks to organize and interpret new information. Being able to recall like where information came from. In memory and cognitive functions. Um, it basically includes a way to get to an answer 100%. Logical step-by-step approach. Okay. Heuristics are mental shortcuts to find solutions faster. Is where we look at a problem, a large problem, we break it out down into smaller problems and solve the problems that bring you like the largest percentage of the way between your starting point and your end goal. Intuition is relying on instinct to solve a problem. It's producing the ventral tegmental area. Basic networks are concepts organizing your mind as connected ideas. Um, like continuously trying the same wrong way of solving a problem. The availability heuristic is a decision-making heuristic where choices are based on um, like readily available examples. That includes a logical step-by-step approach of like certainly solving a problem. Heuristics are quick mental shortcuts to find quick solutions to a problem. Um, it's making a decision based on the prototype of whatever you're trying to make a decision for. Make decision making heuristic where choices are based on the most representative answer. Uh, New learning impairs old information that's retroactive. Semantic networks are um, concepts organized in your brain as connected ideas. Retrieval is pulling something from long-term memory into conscious memory. Vivid memories from emotionally arousing experiences is caused by vitamin B1, lack of vitamin B1, the thiamine, um, proactive interference. Executive attention is involved in goal-directed behavior, monitoring internal conflicts, and anticipating the effects of behavior. People believe that it's more that two things are more likely to happen than one. Okay. It's continuing to believe something, although you were just exposed to information going against that fact. Representativeness heuristic is a decision-making heuristic where you make choices based off of the prototype. Long-term potentiation is when connections between neurons are made to be stronger in order to improve memory slash recall. Confirmation bias is only looking for information that supports what you believe. Framing effect is the ability to reason quickly and abstractly, such as when solving novel logic problems. People believe that it's more likely for two things to happen together than for one thing alone. Assimilation is um, when we adjust the same schema to incorporate new information. Uh, intelligence is inherited. It's stable. That intelligence is not fixed. It can grow. States that uh, intelligence is hereditary. Human ability is hereditary. Okay. Framing effect is when people make decisions based off of the presented connotation of the item. is the ability to reason quickly and abstractly. States that there's one intelligence based on a G factor. Schemas are mental frameworks to organize and interpret new information. Explicit memories are um, facts such events that you can clearly know. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. Yes, thank you. States that intelligence can grow if you learn more. Priming is where priming is where uh, exposure to a stimulus influences your future response to that stimulus, to a future stimulus. It states that human ability is hereditary. When people make decisions based off of the connotations of the options, attention is limited resource and humans are bad at multitasking. Ability to reason quickly and abstractly states that intelligence there's one intelligence based on a G factor. Heuristics are um, mental shortcuts to make quick decisions. Damn. Are events slash objects that are out in the world around us. States that seven there are seven intelligences that are dependent on one another. Seven factors to intelligence. Says that all ideas in the brain are connected such that activation of one memory can lead to the activation of a similar one. There are 7 to 9 independent intelligences. This one is Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. Is the ability to use acquired knowledge and experience. States that there are 3 independent intelligences that affect one another. Well, that are based on real world success. Are concepts in the brain, concepts organized in the mind as connected ideas. I don't know how I got that. Heuristics are mental shortcuts for finding solutions to problems faster. And Stone's theory of primary mental ability states that L. Thornstone's theory of primary mental ability states that it's funny because I'm like my brain is now lagging, like it's lagging almost the same amount as I do every day after 25 cards of every other subject. States that uh, there are 7 factors to intelligence. Damn, I forgot to say that they depend on one another. When you change or create an existing schema to incorporate new information, it says that there are three independent intelligences that are based on real world success for decline in memory and cognitive functions, ill defined problems, um, playing an important role in regulating emotions, well defined problems, thalamus is involved with emotion, aggression, and fears. Amygdala is caused by um, removal of the amygdala, and it results in hyperorality, hypersexuality, and one other one, disinhibited behavior. Okay. Fixation is continuously trying the same wrong like approach. Is involved in memory. We can literally, I'm just like suspender. States that there are seven factors of intelligence that depend on one another. Is when we break down large problems into smaller problems and solve the problem that bring you the closest, that um, that cover the most distance between your current state and your goal state. Set of structures that play a role in regulating your emotions. Hypothalamus functions include it regulates your drives. I know that. Wait, yeah, it regulates your drives. I don't know anything else. Regulating the autonomic nervous system, regulating the ANS endocrine system, and biological drives. A destruction of the amygdala results in uh, it results in um, hyperorality, hypersexuality, and disinhibited behavior. Fluid intelligence is the ability to um, fluid intelligence is the ability to reason quickly and abstractly, especially when generating novel solutions. Damn. Intuition is relying on instinct to solve problems, based on representativeness or the prototype. Wait, no, on readily available examples. Um, Include uh, regulating the autonomic nervous system, um, the biological drives, and the endocrine system. Okay. That includes a logical step by step approach to eventually solving a problem, guaranteed. Is responsible for uh, higher order functioning, uh, executive control, directed attention, um, uh, I don't think I have everything else. Oh damn, I was completely wrong. Problem solving. How did we get to feds? P. Okay, PHEDS. Okay, is the ability to reason quickly and abstractly, especially when solving novel logic problems. States that intelligence is fixed and unchanging. connected. Uh, it basically says that like ideas in your brain exist as like connected. I don't know, bro. Concepts organized in the brain, in your mind as connected ideas. Um, Regulation of the endocrine system, the autonomic nervous system, and the biological drives is a heuristic where you make choices based on the comparability or similarity to the prototype. Assimilation is when we use the same schema and incorporate new information into it. It is continuing to believe something although you present it with new information that contradicts it. It is responsible for problem solving, higher order functioning, uh, executive control, decision making, and how you act in social situations. Um, Only looking for information that supports what you think. When people believe that that two things are more likely to happen together than one. Sternberg's trifecta theory states that there are three independent intelligences based on real world success. Is when people make decision based on the connotations of the two options. Schemas are mental frameworks that used to organize and interpret new information. Are concepts organized in the brain as connected ideas. It can grow if you learn. Founded the six universal emotions. James Lange says that you have the event, and then you're gonna have the physiological response, the interpretation of that physiological response, and then the emotion. Canon Bard says you're gonna have the event, and then you're gonna have the physiological response and the emotion at the exact same time. This one says you're gonna have the event happen, and then you're gonna have the physiological response. You're gonna reason to yourself about the physiological response. Um, you're gonna interpret it, and then you're gonna have the emotion. Oh, I guess you're not gonna interpret it, but I was close. Galton's idea of hereditary genius states that um, human ability is hereditary. States that there's one factor to intelligence, one intelligence that depends on a G factor. Seven to nine independent intelligences. This is Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. He says we have the event, then physiological response, then label, then emotion. Or no, just label, then emotion, and you need to label the event, and then you get the emotion and the physiological response. So you're gonna get the event, then you're gonna get the physiological response, and you reason to yourself about the physiological response, and then you have the emotion. It states that you perform best under moderate arousal. Stress is the process by which we process and cope with the environmental challenges. Appraise and cope with environmental threats and challenges. Stressor is the thing causing you stress. Suspend. The stress reaction is your response to the stress. Suspend. Appraisal states that stress arises less from physical events and more from assessment/interpretation of the stressor. Stress arises less from physical events and more from assessment/interpretation of the stressor. Um, it says that you're gonna do you're gonna have the event, label it, and then it's gonna be you're gonna get the physiological response and the emotion at the same time. The ability to reason quickly and abstractly, especially when solving novel logic problems. Heuristics are mental shortcuts to solve problems faster. Process by which we appraise and cope with environmental challenges and threats. Hypothalamus functions include regulating the autonomous nervous system, the endocrine system, and biological drives. States that um, stress arises less from physical events and more from assessment/interpretation of the stressor. States that there are seven uh, intelligences that depend on each other. Damn. That play a role in regulation of emotions. Is responsible for problem solving, higher order functions, executive control, decision making, and how you act in social situations. Primary appraisal is when you um, like your first response to the stressor, how you assess stress in your present situation. Is how you cope with. I promise that's not my mouth opening, bro. I don't know why it thinks that that's my mouth closing, but it's not. It's just my hand passing in front, so it closes it. And if I do this, oh, now it doesn't want to open it. Okay. Evaluation of an individual's ability to cope with a stressor. States that um, um, appraisal theory of stress. Like stress occurs less from your it occurs less from your physical. Hold on, what? stress arises less from physical events and more from assessment/interpretation of the stressor. Stress arises less from physical events and more from assessment. States that there are 7 factors to intelligence that are dependent on one another. Is caused by destruction of the amygdala, results in hyperorality, hypersexuality, and um, disinhibition. Oh, damn. Is when you appraise stress in your present situation, assess stress in your present situation. Damn. Is when you evaluate the stressor, evaluation of an individual's ability to cope with the stressor. Tend and befriend response. Alarm, resistance, and exhaustion. Serotonin. Suffers from a sense of powerlessness. Um, I'm gonna change the definition. A sense of powerlessness. I need to edit it again. Is a sense of powerlessness due to persistent failure or loss of control. States that stress results less from physical situations and more from the interpretation of a stressor. Destruction of the amygdala and results in hyperorality, hypersexuality, and disinhibited behavior. Is when you assess stress in your present situation. Secondary appraisal is how an individual copes with stress. The evaluation of an individual's ability to cope with the stressor is when you anticipate a stressor and prepare for it. By trying to derive meaning from it. Limited resource. Learned helplessness is a sense of powerlessness from a persistent loss of control, persistent failure. Okay. Is the evaluation of an individual's ability to cope with a stressor. States that there are 3 independent intelligences based on real-world success. Are connected concepts in the brain, concepts organized in the brain as connected ideas. The 6 basic, universal basic emotions is when you reduce stress by anticipating a stressor and anticipating a stressor and anticipating a stressor and preparing for it. So you have the event, then the physiological response, interpretation of physiological response, and then the emotion is a sense of helplessness that results from a persistent failure or loss of control. You have the event, and then the physiological response and emotion have the same time. The event, the physiological response, and the reason, like you figure out the reason for that physiological response, and then the emotion. States that you perform best under moderate arousal. Fluid intelligence is the ability to reason quickly and abstractly, especially when solving novel logic problems. Process by which we Um, Cope and appraise um, environmental threats and challenges. Wow, I was not expecting to get that right. I'm gonna give myself a hard just because even though I got it, I don't wanna. I don't know if I want to pass that on to next day. Evaluation, labeling, and then emotion and physiological response include regulation of the ANS, the endocrine system, and controlling biological drives. States that um, the experience of stress comes less from physical events and more from the interpretation of the stressor. It's caused by the destruction of the amygdala, results in hyperorality, hypersexuality, and disinhibited behavior. Is evaluation of the individual's ability to cope with the stressor, responsible for problem solving, higher order functions, executive control, decision making, and how you act in social situations. Um, they have a support system. 10 of a friend response states that we have 7 factors of intelligence and 7 factors of intelligence um, that depend on each other. The three are alarm, resistance, and exhaustion. Serotonin is when you appraise stress in your present situation. Yeah. By deriving meaning from it, are concepts organized in the brain as connected ideas. Learned helplessness is a sense of powerlessness resulting from persistent failure or loss of control, process by which we appraise and cope with environmental threats and challenges. Proactive coping is when uh, uh, is when we reduce stress by anticipating a stressor and preparing for it. Is caused by destruction of the amygdala, results in hyperorality, hypersexuality, and disinhibited behavior. Disinhibited states that uh, um, the appraisal theory of stress states that stress arises less from physical events and more from the assessment or interpretation of the stressor. Is in the evaluation of an individual's ability to cope with the stressor. Is when you assess stress in your present situation. Damn, that is honestly the most insane thing in the world. Tomorrow is certainly going to be a movie. There's going to be a lot of reviews to run through. Damn. Let's see. 23. Now let's go to that pan. Let's go down to that panko. 34% from 18. From 18. We started today with 18. And we almost doubled it in one day, in one session. That is honestly phenomenal. I'm very proud of us. I think we did a great job, but what great of a job would we honestly be doing if we skipped out on any part of our stream? last thing that we need to do for today, we need to pull up this Jack Weston because it just feels wrong, you know? It feels wrong to just skip that part. Okay, so, uh, um, see, because right now we have a daily streak of two. So why would we can't just skip it? What kind of successful day is that? We can't skip a day, bro. We need to do this every day. Every day we need to come back and do Jack Weston, bro, at least one time. And it's a different day, so we're not doing yesterday's. What do you mean Jack Weston not available? Oh, okay, all right. But okay, clearly I'm giving it too much space. I don't want to. I don't even want to see the problems yet. Okay. wasn't sure. Thank God. Damn. That was my first instinct answer, but I just didn't choose it. I didn't choose it because I was like, well, that does make sense because it's like if you're from the same country and you're from the same era, like I feel like it's hard to believe that one person's experiences wouldn't be similar. I don't know. Well, we got like 4 out of 6, which is fine with me. I think it's not a 50, right? Like it should be like a 66. I think any day now. Thank you. Damn, that's unfortunate. All right. Well, that is the end of today's session. Almost 6 hours worth of work. This is pretty similar to how my old study session used to go. Literally just like really long sessions of like 300 cards. And like I'm tired, but I still have like 170 reviews that I need to go through. So I'm gonna finish those tonight, and I'm not sure if we're gonna be doing the stream tomorrow, but maybe. Um, it probably would be for the best if I just like didn't take the day, or if I took the day and I just focused on the reviews, and that way the day after that it's like a little more chill. There's like the cards are spread a little more apart, like you know what I'm saying. So yeah, so thank you to anyone who is watching. I hope you have a good afternoon, night, day, evening,